Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Waalaikumsalam Tan Sri.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
There's a miscommunication. The ICT doesn't work very well. Let's say okay. Okay, I'm ready, Rahman. Sorry.
Okay, thank you Tan Sri. Inshallah, the committee will start the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th year KICT Anniversary event will commence shortly. To all participants of the event, here is a tentative for today. First, we will have an opening ceremony that will be officiated by the rector of IIUM, which will commence shortly at 9 a.m. Secondly, we will have an award-giving ceremony from 9:45 a.m. until 10:20 a.m. Later on, we will proceed with our very first session at 10:45 a.m., which is a forum with previous deans, ending at around 11:45. After the first slot has finished at 12 p.m., there will be a specialized session until 1 p.m., where we will have a Zohor and lunch break. And after the lunch break at 2, we will then continue back with the second slot, a forum with the KICT alumni, until 3:30. Later, we will continue the event with the third and final slot at 3:30 p.m., where the closing ceremony will commence at 4:50. Do keep in mind for each session, there will be a Q&A session with the speakers of the start for around 15 minutes or so. Make sure you do not waste this opportunity to ask some brilliant questions to the incredible speakers. I would also like to remind all KICT members that you are highly encouraged to attend all slots available for today's event. For staff and lecturers, you may enter the Zoom link session, while other members of the KICT can join the YouTube live stream session. The attendance for the event will be recorded, and you can fill up your attendance at the attached link in the comments section from both platforms. Thank you for your cooperation and support. Just to notify, we will be starting the event very shortly. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to gladly pass the floor to Dr. Madiha as she will commence the beginning of the opening ceremony of KICT's 20th year anniversary event.
Thank you, Sister Suraya. Can you hear my voice? Is it clear?
Yes,
Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Before we begin, let us start with the Quran Al-Fatiha. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now invite Brother Muhammad Rushdi Muhammad for the recitation of the dua. Please welcome.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma inni as'aluka min khairi ma sa'alaka minhu 'abduka wa nabiyyuka Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. ونعوذ بك من شر ما استعاذ منه عبدك ونبيك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم اللهم إنا نسألك من الخير كله عاجله وآجله ما علمنا منه وما لم نعلم ونعوذ بك من الشر كله عاجله وآجله ما علمنا منه وما لم نعلم اللهم إنا نسألك الهدى والتقى والعفاف والغنى اللهم ارزقنا فهم النبيين وحفظ المرسلين وإلهام الملائكة المقربين في عافية يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه ولا تجعله ملتبسا علينا فنضل وجعلنا للمتقين إماما اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من الهم والحزن ونعوذ بك من العجز والكسل ونعوذ بك من الجبن والبخل ونعوذ بك من غلبة الدين وقهر الرجال اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من البرص والجنون والجذام ومن سيء الأسقام Ya Allah, Ya Karim, Ya Wadud, on this blessed morning, we beseech grateful towards you in favor of all the infinite blessing that you bestow upon us. We seek your guidance and blessing for a smooth running of this event from the beginning till the end. Allahumma ya Allah, ya munzil al-barakat, make a day that we go through begin with your grace, fill with your barakah, and end with your forgiveness. Ya Allah, make this event a platform for us to unite, to cooperate, and to help each other in developing the Ummah. Kindly give us strength and courage to face the challenges in the quest of knowledge and to perform our respective duties as your Khalifa in this world. Kindly bestow upon us and grant us a physical and spiritual health, fitness of mind, peace of mind, and strength of spirit. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, please bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide this kulliyah of ICT and the university to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and in hereafter. Make us a responsible person in performing our amanah, granted us with a valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind to gain your redha. Make us your righteous servant that follow your commands and neglect the sinful acts. Please forgive us for our wrongdoings. Ya Salam, Ya Mu'min, Ya Muhaimin, make this gathering a blessed gathering. Make our farewell after this as a farewell that you keep from dangers and disadvantages. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. ولا تجعل اللهم فينا ولا معنا ولا من يتبعنا شقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما اللهم اجعل خير أعمارنا آخره وخير أعمالنا خواتمه وخير أيامنا يوم نلقاك فيه اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين تقبل الله منكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Amin 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 ya rabbal alamin. Sayang kumbang mencari makan, terbang seiring di tepi kali. Selamat datang kami ucapkan, moga diiringi restu ilahi. Ahlan wa sahlan, welcome. Selamat datang Profesor Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli bin Abdul Razak, Director of International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, Professor T.S. Dr. Abdul Rahman Ahlan, the Dean of Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Assistant Professor Dr. Nur Zaliza Muhammad Noor, the Chairperson of KICT 20th Anniversary, distinguished guests, alumni, lecturers, staff, and students of KICT, welcome to the opening ceremony of the 20th KICT Anniversary. Thank you for being here today. It brings me great pleasure to welcome everyone to this special occasion. For audience information, it is important to note that this anniversary celebration only happens once every 10 years after KICT has been officially established in IIUM. The celebration of this anniversary is designed to fulfill the three-time dimensions based on the theme of KICT, past, present, and future, serving the community for unity. Without further ado, let me call upon Assistant Professor Dr. Nur Zaliza Muhammad Noor, our chairperson, to give an opening remark. Please welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Madiha. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Okay. I am Dr. Nur Zaliza Noor, the chairman of KICT's 20th Anniversary 2022. It is my distinct honor and high privilege to welcome our rector, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Professor T.S. Dr. Abdul Rahman Ahlan, Dean of KICT, professors, doctors, brothers and sisters, to this KICT 20th Anniversary event to celebrate an important milestone in KICT's history. Thank you everyone for joining us today through Zoom Live and YouTube Live. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, organizing this 20th KICT Anniversary has been an amazing and wonderful experience for me. Personally, because going down the memory lane makes me proud and love this faculty more. Some of you know that I am an alumnus of KICT myself. In 2005, when I joined KICT as an undergraduate student, we were a small faculty. We shared with the Kuliah of Economics, but we focused on the very important goal of producing knowledge workers equipped with ICT skills and knowledge and the consciousness of God. But our dream grew, and we now have a wide range of programs. I was also there to witness the groundbreaking ceremony of the new KICT faculty. And again, I joined KICT as a postgraduate student and academic trainee. Over the last 20 years, we have continued to grow, sharpen our vision and mission, and reach for higher stars. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the KICT staff for their tremendous work that has contributed to KICT's success over the past 20 years. I also want to acknowledge all the committee members that have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. In particular, I want to recognize Dr. Norzariah Yahya, Dr. Atikah Balkis, Dr. Muna Azuddin, Dr. Azli Nordin, Dr. Rafiz, Sister Hasnita, who has worked together with their respective team, which consists of a staff and student committee, to ensure that we can gather today and celebrate the 20th KICT anniversary. A special thanks to our Dean, Professor T.S. Dr. Abdul Rahman Ahlan and KICT family for your full support towards this event. Thank you so much for your effort. Like I always said, together we stand to make this event successful. Before I end this speech, please allow me to read one more pantun. Bunga seroja di atas para, jatuh ditimpa buah berangan. Andai kata tersilap bicara, kemaafan jua kami pohonkan. Thank you everyone. Let's have a wonderful celebration of 20th KICT Anniversary. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Pass to you, Dr. Madiha. Dr. Madiha, please unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Nur Zaliza, for the wonderful opening remark. Now I would like to invite Professor T.S. Dr. Abdurrahman Ahlan, the Dean of KICT, for his welcoming speech. Please welcome, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. First and foremost, I would like to welcome all to our KICT 20th anniversary, especially to our special guest today, our Emeritus Professor Tan Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak, our Honorable Director, for setting aside time and be willing to grace and also appreciate our event. And I would like to also welcome all the staff and students, all the previous members of our KICT family, the former staff, the former students, or the alumni. Please welcome to our KICT 20th anniversary. It is indeed an honor and a pleasure for me to be here in this the KICT 20th anniversary celebration. Indeed, being in 20 years in IIUM, KICT is another milestone of achievement, and this should be honored as such, inshallah. So my heartfelt appreciation and congratulations to the committee members and everyone else who have helped to organize this celebration. I thank you all for the hard work. We know there's a lot of challenges to organize this event, a lot of constraints, especially during these challenging times. But alhamdulillah, with all the challenges, we were able to have our celebration today. In fact, we wanted to have it earlier last year, but because of the challenges that we faced, we had to bring it a bit, later to this year. But I think it's also a good idea because this is bringing it closer to the celebration of IIUM 40 years. So that we can, write and synchronize, the efforts and events towards going into the future, inshallah. For the information of all, KICT started with a small step as a one department in the Kuliah, which was the Kuliah Economics in IIUM. We formed KICT in the month of November 2001. At the time when the information and communication industry had started to become one of the driving forces behind the country's economic and productive growth. And since then, the information and communication technology, ICT, has grown from just data sharing to real-time communication. And moving forwards, one of the things that has happened recently and continue to be emerging is the IR 4.0. Something that is happening as the reality, but with also a lot of challenges as well, which can affect the well-being of humans. And so this is something that we have to look into. And other than that, other areas, for example, like the autonomous decision making, the conversion of cyber and physical systems using machines through the cloud, and this all has been seen as the important role of ICT that is happening right now. And today, the endemic, we are moving from the pandemic to the endemic because of the COVID-19. This phenomena, this event has demonstrated how the worldwide society relies on information and communication technology to go about their daily lives. And we have seen this with our own eyes and our own experience. And it seems that the pandemics, which we are going to enter, the phase that we're going to enter soon, have changed the perspective of how the world reacts and live daily with ICT as a necessity. Changes, if not enormous, will always happen. And in the way we do things through ICT implementation, that therefore KICT is responsible for creating a foundation to integrate computer technology, communication, security, ethics, and work naturally in a society where it stimulates creativity and innovation combined with the spiritual strength and moral of the Ummah. Without a reservation, we grew into what we are today. Our commitment to demonstrating the important contribution of information technology to not only the Muslim Ummah, but to the entire humanity and the world has become the foundation. And with that, inshallah, KICT will continue to evolve in line with the current technology needs and trends, but not forgetting the Islamization of language in accordance with the Rahmatil Alamin, which is our university tagline. Inshallah, we will continue to be recognized as a kuliah that imbued Rahmatil Alamin in our education and technology. Also preparing for our freshers students to become world-class IT specialists with good quality for good Muslim. For the function of all, there are quite a number of things that we planned for this anniversary celebration. For example, like we wanted to print a number of copies, the length of the copy book, in conjunction with our anniversary, but due to some of the challenges that we are facing right now, the preparation of the book is underway. We plan to have our uniform also in conjunction with the 20th anniversary. But again, with the pandemic, with some of the vendor staff affected by COVID, they have to stop production, and the uniform is not able to be ready in time. And also for this week, we have taken a staff blending approach to start the semester, because this is the first week where students have just returned to campus, so in the campus at risk. The classes have just started. So we wanted to do the celebration at first, based on hybrid settings, where some of us should be able to attend physically, but unfortunately we have to quickly resort to fully online because of some logistic issues. For example, like to have the convocation starting this weekend, so a lot of logistics, especially from the maintenance unit, is all geared to the preparation of the convocation. So that is why we don't want to disrupt that process. So that is why we have resorted to just have this celebration online fully. And for our role, I think forward, the celebration is not just a reflection of what we want to reflect on the past and our current achievements, but what is more important is what we want to, where we want to go, and what is the direction forward. So the reality is that we have to work harder into the future, especially in preparing the curriculum that is future ready, on the academic foundation, addressing the need for growing and nurturing the future generation that can change the world, especially in critical areas. That needs to be sustained in line with the maqasid and also with the important elements to sustain human life. So this is our challenge. So we hope the current students can play their role when we graduate, but we're also preparing ourselves so that we are going to work and develop a generation, a new generation, probably in sometime in 2070s, they will be taking their positions as leaders, and that they can transform and change place to live, inshallah. I think, having said that, also I think currently we also find ways of how we can play a role at the current times, especially to make sure that education is for all. So one of the things that is happening right now is that KICT is in talks with the representative from the ministry, because we are referred to a case of a fully blind student, which if it happens, then maybe we will take in this student, and it's going to be our first experience to demonstrate how education is for all, so that we fulfill the inclusivity, which is already part of our policy, to make sure that we provide education for all. So inshallah, we request the dua from everyone to make sure that we continue to be blessed and given the strength to overcome all the constraints and the challenges, so that we can play our role effectively moving into the future. So I think I would like to end there. But before I end, I would like to thank all who have contributed to the development of the Kuliah, including the management, the past and the present staff, academicians and administrators, staff from all the support services, the students, the alumni, the partners and the collaborators, the organization and individuals. Thank you so much. Let us work together as a team, devoted to becoming the best, and be motivated by common education for excellence and understanding for our movement. So yeah, inshallah. So I think all of us looking forward to listen some of the messages from the rector. So we look forward to the remarks for our program. With that, I thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to our beloved Dean, Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman Ahlan. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now with much honor, I would like to welcome our Professor Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli bin Abdul Razak, Director of IIUM, to give his speech and officiate the 20th KICT Anniversary event. Tafadhal, Tan Sri.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madiha. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Professor Abdul Rahman Ahlan, Dekan KICT or Dean KICT, Chairperson Dr. Nur Zalia, members of the committee, members of the Kuliah, alumni and everybody else that is related to the Kuliah. Alhamdulillah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be with you. I was so excited that my driver took me to your Kuliah. So I've got a very brief tour of the Kuliah, thinking that you were having this in person. But nevertheless, here we are today, trying to celebrate your 20th anniversary, which was last year. And therefore, this year is the 21st anniversary, as it were. And it's also appropriate in the sense that 21st anniversary, normally in terms of birthday, is a day for liberation, for independence as far as a person is concerned. And I do hope this is a symbol that we will bring as far as KICT is concerned when you revisit your past 20 years or before or after that. Yeah. This occasion, alhamdulillah, hopefully is blessed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as a kind of a reward for us to move forward, knowing that the KICT has done tremendously well for the last 20 years. And this is a time for us to recount, revisit, and more importantly, also to be grateful what we have done for the people who have helped us in making KICT what it is today. It is not just the founding deans and the previous dean, but the whole community of the Kuliah that is one way or another, I think, responsible for taking up the challenges to make KICT the way it is. And therefore, it becomes also incumbent upon all of us, the present dean and everybody else, to look forward to make sure that KICT continue in this tradition of making what KICT ought to be for the future. I really cherish the speech of the dean when he says that we need to move and make the 40th anniversary of the university to coincide with what KICT is trying to do. I would like to say a few words before we officiate this, because I felt that KICT now, it becomes a prime mover, not only of universities and the kuliah, but in fact the whole world. I think when Dr. Nurzaliha talks about the consciousness of God, during my time when we talk about do not forget the consciousness of God, the challenges then as a teenager was the TV set. The TV set seems to be the distractor of everything at that particular time. That was in the 1960s and the 1970s, you know. The TV set is the one that actually takes so much of your time and sometimes takes so much of your intelligence at the same time. We eventually call the TV as an idiot box. You know, there's not much to learn, but it is so entertaining, it is so luring that you spend hours over hours just to see TV. And there are many studies saying that you should not spend more than 3 hours a day just to watch on TV, and that must be on a very selective way to see programs that is beneficial educationally and also morally and so on and so forth. Yeah, that was my time, and that was the challenges that we had. But now I think the challenges are even more than that. When the TV now gets into your pocket in the context of all sorts of devices, yeah, you don't only get television in your pocket, you get many other things, the multimedia, so to speak, within your pocket, and it goes wherever you go. TV, at least when you leave the house, the TV is at home. Here, when you leave, this thing follow you, whether you like it or not. Sometimes it is by choice that you take these devices with you. And therefore, the consciousness of God, the challenges of keeping to the consciousness of God becomes multiply, I think, challenge for us. Yeah? Study shows that many of us generally will not be able to live without looking at the devices for more than 20 minutes. 20 minutes is about the longest time that we can spare by not looking at the device. And therefore, when we talk about consciousness of God, I think this is a very, very major challenges. We know that God is with us, and God say it is closer to us than the jugular vein. But even then, I think it is not as close as our devices in our pocket. Yeah, I don't think we revisit God at every 20 minutes. I think sometimes we forgot God for the whole day until we go to sleep. And sometimes before we go to sleep, also we forget because we are so tired. We just sleep without acknowledging or saying thanks to God before we go to bed. I think this is a comparison that I want to bring to you, because my worry as far as ICT is concerned, given the pervasiveness, given the attractiveness, and given, quote unquote, the status it was given to us, make these devices that we have with us something that we need to deal with in a very, very systematic way. And therefore, I would want to request KICT in the understanding of what technology is all about, particularly communication technology. We need to fathom further, what is this technology all about? There is the hadith that talk about if we are not careful, if we just follow the the wishes of people around us, we will end up in a lizard hole. And I wonder sometimes whether the IT that we are facing today will be the new lizard hole that all of us will end up with. And why do I say so? I say so because recently, you must have heard, there is a study that was released by McGill University, which is one of the top university in North America and certainly the best university in Canada, that looks at the use of technology around the world, a study that involves 24 countries around the world. And the study says this: the country that is most addictive to handphone, first is China, number 2 is Saudi Arabia, and number 3 is Malaysia. Number 4 is Brazil. Their cohort, their samples are people below 35 years. That means these are the bracket of the youth, quote unquote, in a way. And we have been billed as the country which is third in the world that is addictive to handphones. Now, I don't know what that means to you, but to me, it means that we have been very, very distracted by this device. And if we go back to the consciousness of God that was mentioned earlier, I don't know where to place us in this particular context. This is not the first study. This is many other studies that have been done. But before that, when we look at the ranking of who is the least addictive to handphone from that McGill study, the last country that is the least addictive is Germany. Germany is number 24. Japan is around that number. United States is around that number, you know. So it looks as though that developing countries are more addictive to their handphones as compared to the developed country who are also technologically very, very advanced. They are not addictive to the handphones. In fact, in the study shows that the Germans, 11% of the Germans say, I can live without the handphone at all. And about 20% of the Americans says, I can live without the handphones at all. But how many of us can make such a statement? How many of our youngsters can make that kind of statement? Now, my question is basically why countries that are more technologically advanced are not addictive to these gadgets. Why do countries like us becomes addictive to this project? Saudi Arabia is another Muslim country. Malaysia is a Muslim country. These two top Muslim countries are built one of the most addictive to handphones. Now, I hope you can think about this. If you think it is okay to be addictive to a handphone, alhamdulillah, we can carry on. But if you think it is not, then this university must do something about it. If you want to take the role of a Khalifa, and I think it is our duty now to find out why are we addictive to the handphone and what is the solution out? Why can't we be like Germany? Or we are interested in technology, yes, but we are interested in technology in the way it is not addictive to us. Now, you may think this is a study that is coincidental, but let me quote you another study in the year 2018 that was done by another group that looks at the digital lifestyles. And they asked the same question. The question is, they say, how many of the respondents are able to live a day without looking at the handphones? All right. And this is a study that I think involves 10 countries. Most of them are developed countries again. 2 countries are developing, which is Malaysia and India somehow. All right. And to that question, I think the whole sample say 50% of them are not able to live without looking at the handphones or at the devices within a day. Okay, that's 50%. I think which is fair enough. But if you look at the other details, for example, in Malaysia, 77% say they are not able to live without looking at the handphone in a day. 68% of the samples from India say they are not able to do that. Again, when you look at Germany say only 33%, and Japan say only 25%. Again, the reflection is the same. Developing countries are able to control the use of handphones, the use of gadgets compared to developing countries. So I think this is not a coincidence. I think there is something that is happening. And my reading says that we do not understand technology the way it should be understood. Yeah. In the speech that was given to me, I think there is a good comparison when they say that to some people, technology must be just like a vehicle that takes you from one place to another. When you arrive at a destination, you disembark, you do whatever you want to do, and then you want to go to another destination, you take another what called vehicle and go to that destination. In other words, you don't live in the vehicle. But the people who are addictive to these machines or these devices, who are not able to separate themselves from these devices, looks as though they are living in the vehicle. They don't disembark from the vehicle at all, as though their house and their life is within the vehicle. And that vehicle could be many things. Yeah? The Japanese compare this vehicle to a toilet. In other words, you live in the toilet because you are not able to get out of the toilet because you are so addictive to the areas that you have been to. Now, these are issues that worries me, although I'm not an ICT guy, but it worries me to show that if you are not careful as educators, if you are not able to bring the right awareness to the younger generation, forget about the old generation, maybe it's too late to do anything about them. To the younger generation, the one that gets into the university eventually, if they do not realize what ICT is all about, if they do not realize the downside of ICT, of course, there's a lot of good things about ICT, but the downside, many of us seems to forget or ignore it. If they don't know how to control this downside, then eventually I think ICT will not be good for us. It will be another mechanism that brings a university or the society into a state that will be deplorable. And why do I say deplorable? Because we will be, first of all, has been shared, are not conscious about God as compared to the handphones. Secondly, I think it will be a mechanism for me to colonize the country again. And in fact, this again is another debate when you talk about artificial intelligence and the algorithm. People are worried now that the algorithm that we use are written by some people from different culture using different values. And most of us think that it is okay when we use this algorithm and we'll get to the point where we want to arrive, not knowing that the values, sometimes the culture, and even sometimes the thinking that is put in the algorithm is not the way that we Muslims think, right? And in fact, I've got an article that, a testimony from the people who worked in Google before. And they say Google actually used most of this algorithm that is similar to the casinos and also to the gambling sites. In other words, it is addictive. It is difficult to get away from it until and unless you know how. So brothers and sisters, this is just one of the tip of the iceberg that I think we should be very careful about. And I hope at this point of the 20th anniversary of your university, you begin to look forward and look more in depth into what technology is all about, how we can manage technology, how we can humanize and control technology before technology controls us, before technology makes us the robots that we are not supposed to be because we are the Khalifah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. These are issues, these are major issues, I think, that we need to give our focus to. And I hope the 40th anniversary will be the inflection point, that KICT lead the world in trying to interpret what all this means to us as far as humanity is concerned, what this all means to us as far as human being with a soul is concerned, and what this means as far as education moving forward is concerned. It is a big task, but I think unless and until we do it, I don't think any other universities in Malaysia, at least from my discussion, are interested in issues of this nature. We, being an Islamic university with the Khalifah, Amanah, Iqra' and Rahmatan lil Alamin, must invest time, must put some effort to understand and to give more a deeper understanding as to what ICT is all about. I'm not saying that we negate it. I'm not saying that we forget about it. I'm saying that we used it the way it should be used so that we do not get away from whatever else that we need to do as a Muslim as far as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is concerned. So that is, I think, some of the issues that I think we need to think about. But nevertheless, I think there are many other things that needs to be put in place as we move into the new world of technology, especially in the context of education, whether we need to do this online, we need to do this hybrid or remote, which has been a topic for discussion all around the world. And I do hope that KICT also can add their voice into this. In many of these discussions that I've attended around the world, there is very little Muslim representative. We are just a minority, and in fact, we are a very passive minority. We do not add to the discussion, let alone putting values into the discussion, so that our voice, so that our concern and our responsibility are also reflected as we shape the world into the future. And this is, I think, the role of the university, and certainly these are the role of experts in their own field, particularly in the area of ICT. Yeah. So I would not want to take more of your time, but I think you already get a feeling of my concern as far as the future is concerned. The university certainly would want to help you. And I would want also to congratulate you over the news that I've got. Inshallah, tomorrow, when there is another occasion where they celebrate the use of ICT in sustainable development, I'm told one of your projects, if I'm not mistaken, the Sustainable Social Bank project will be declared as one of the good or the best project that has been done in this year. And on that note, it tells me that we are able to do things better. We are able to move things ahead. We're able to actually show the way as far as ICT is concerned. And I do hope this will be the effort that we will do moving in the next 40 years after we celebrate your 20th. And next year we will celebrate our 40th of IIUM. And moving forward, I hope KICT will lead the way as far as IIUM is concerned. So on that note, let me congratulate all of you, particularly the people who have been making KICT the way it is. Your effort, hopefully Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will bless it and give it hidayah and make it more fruitful for us. And for us in the future, we'll also want to earn the same blessing and the same hidayah so that we will move forward as good Muslims with technology intact in the proper way to shape the future for all of us. So on that note, on Lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officiate this occasion of the 20th anniversary of KICT with the dua that all of us will do our best and will live up to the amanah that we are endowed with. Yeah? Since everybody has got the pantun, I try to do one pantun and let me see whether my pantun meets your standard. Yeah? Let me see whether I can get it right. Surya menghilang, masa berlalu, malam dihiasi bintang bergelipan. 20 tahun sudah berlalu agar KICT terus mara ke hadapan. InsyaAllah. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Thank you. Jazakallah khairan kathira to our Honorable Rector for such an inspiring, remarkable speech and also beautiful pantun. Thank you again.
My pleasure.
Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, let us now watch the 20th KICT anniversary montage that has been prepared by our committee members and IT unit. Enjoy the montage. Alhamdulillah, what an interesting montage, yeah? And very historical moments we could see from the video. Thank you to everyone who has participated directly or indirectly in making the montage event. Gentlemen, distinguished guests, this is the moment that we have been waiting for. We are now going to move to the next session, which is Alumni Award, Students' Achievements, and winner of KICT. Hakim bin
You need to unmute Mahiza. Maria.
Okay, let me try again. Can you now hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, it's already unmuted, so it's okay. I will continue again. So the winner of Alumni Award, Best Achievement Undergraduate category goes to Brother Luqman Hakim bin Mat Hassan, alias Mat Hussein. Let us now watch the speech prepared by Brother Luqman regarding his award.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to praise to Allah the Almighty for this Alumni Best Achievement Award in conjunction of KICT 20 year anniversary celebration. I am truly honored to receive it. Thanks go to Dr. Suhaila Samsuri and Prof. Nabil Pasha Idris for being really supportive in establishing Games My at KICT IUM, to my fellow colleagues Azmuddin and Luqman, to all the people that have been helping me directly or indirectly for me to be what I am today. And I hope our kuliah will receive more success in the coming future, inshallah. Thank you.
What a wonderful speech given by Brother Luqman. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can.
Okay, so hopefully Brother Luqman will have more successful achievements in future events. Let us now proceed with the next one, Alumni Award, Best Achievement Postgraduate category. Okay, the winner is Dr. Imtiaz Ali Brohi. Let us now watch the speech by Dr. Imtiaz.
Assalamu alaikum and good day all. This is Dr. Imtiaz Ali Brohi. It's an honor and a big achievement of my life to be the recipient of Alumni Award, Best Achievement Award, the KICT 20th Anniversary. I'm glad that the Graduation Committee found me capable of this award. Studying at KICT IIM was one of my dreams, and today as alumni receiving this prestigious award is something I could wish for. I would like to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, my parents, my wife of Nashma Imtiaz, my kids Minahil, Izan, Zayan and Ryan for their continuous support and patience so far. Having said, I'll conclude my short video by thanking you for this honor and appreciation. Long live KICT, long live IIM. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Congratulations again to Dr. Imtiaz on winning this award. We wish you more success to come, inshallah. Now let us proceed with the next category of the award, which is Student Award, Best Community Engagement. This award is also divided into two categories. The first one is an award for the undergraduate, and the second one is for the postgraduate. It will be given to students who have actively participated in any community engagement from programs, or activities organized by the kuliah, university, or national level. Let us not waste any more time. The winner of Student Award Best Community Engagement Undergraduate category goes to Brother Ahmad Zulfaqar bin Abdul Aziz. Let us now watch a speech by Brother Zulfaqar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, all praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the Student Award, KICT 20th Anniversary Celebration. It is an honor for me to accept this award. I would want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to respected lecturers who have taught and supported me, especially to our DDSDCE, Dr. Sharfawi Hamzah, who has assisted me in greatly making a contribution to KICT students, Not to mention fellow friends and also iCitizen, a million thanks for the excellent cooperation and unwavering support. That is all for me. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Brother Zulfaqar. Hopefully, Brother Zulfaqar can keep on contributing in joining any community engagement events organized in the future. The next award, Student Award Best Community Engagement Postgraduate category. And the winner goes to Brother Muhammad Shadab Khan. Let us now watch a video from Brother Shadab.
ونصلي على الرسول الكريم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته everyone. Alhamdulillah, all praise to Allah. I feel so honored on this special occasion of the 20th anniversary of KICT for being the winner of the Best Postgraduate Student for Community Engagement Award. I would dedicate it to my parents because without their effort, I wouldn't be here, and to all my teachers and mentors. I would never accomplish all this without their relentless efforts. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Thank you, Brother Shadab. A beautiful speech. Hopefully this would motivate you further to continue engaging in community engagement, inshallah. Members of the session, the next category of the award is a distinguished community engagement list. This award will be presented to the staff who have been actively participating in community engagement activities. These awards lists are divided into 3 departments: Department of Library and Information Science, Department of Information Systems, and Department of Computer Science. For the Distinguished Community Engagement list from the Department of Library and Information Science, DLIS, goes to Professor Dr. Roslina Othman, Associate Professor Dr. Rusfa Hashim, and Assistant Professor Dr. Sharifah Nur Amira Sarif Abdullah. Congratulations to all. Next is the Distinguished Community Engagement list from the Department of Information Systems. They are awarded to Professor Dr. Muhammad Fauzan Nordin, Professor Dr. Akram M. Zeki, Professor T.S. Dr. Mira Kartiwi, Associate Professor Dr. Murni Mahmud, Assistant Professor T.S. Dr. Muhammad Sadri Abu Seman, Assistant Professor Dr. Nurul Nuha Abdul Molo, and last but not least, Mr. Abdurrahman Ahmad Dahlan. Congratulations to all winners. And finally, we move on to the next department, Distinguished Community Engagement list for the Department of Computer Science. They are given to Datuk Professor Dr. Nobik Basha Idris, Associate Professor Dr. Nur Maziah Abdul Aziz, Associate Professor Dr. Nur Bisham Awang Abu Bakar, Assistant Professor Dr. Rizal Muhammad Noor, Assistant Professor Dr. Nur Zaliza Muhammad Noor, and last but not least, Assistant Professor Dr. Maznah Ahmad. Congratulations again to all winners. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, let us proceed with the last category of today's ceremony, which is the top 3 winners KICT 20th Anniversary Logo Competition. For audience information, the logo that we are currently using is designed by the winner of this competition, and we have decided to choose it to be our official logo for today's event. Without further ado, KICT 20th Anniversary Logo Competition goes to Brother Afifi Shahmi bin Kamaluddin with his logo design as shown in the slide. Next, the second place of the award goes to Sister Wan Maizatul Akmal binti Wan Ahmad Sayuti. Now is the moment that we have been waiting for. The winner of the KICT 20th Anniversary Logo Competition that is going to get a money prize of Rm 150 ringgit goes to Assistant Prof. Dr. Azlin Nordin. On behalf of KICT, I would like to congratulate all the winners for their outstanding achievements and performance. Letih berjalan di tengah pekan, singgah sebentar di Gerai City. Terima kasih kami ucapkan atas segala jasa dan bakti. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to present to Professor Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli bin Abdul Razak, Director of IIUM, a token of appreciation for Tan Sri to express our gratitude for attending this occasion. First, we have our KICT 20th Anniversary ebook. This ebook contains the past 10 years of achievement, contribution, and research that has been done by KICT members since 2012 onwards. Second, we have the IIUM Penawar ebook. This ebook contains the list of IIUM Penawar previous programs, contributions, and latest achievements that have been done previously back in 2019 until today. Both of these books will be sent to Professor Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli bin Abdul Razak as a sign of our appreciation to Tan Sri for attending and officiating this event. Thank you again, Tan Sri.
Thank you very much. I look forward to the book, particularly Penawar. We can have more Penawar for the future, inshallah.
Inshallah. Next, before we end our ceremony for today, I would like to ask all the participants of the Zoom link to open your camera so we can have a few pictures as a to capture our historical moment today. So I would like to invite Sister Kaha, our students committee, to be taking some pictures.
Assalamualaikum. Is everyone ready?
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam, yes.
Yes. Amirul Ashraf can stop the video. Can someone stop the Amirul Ashraf video? He keep walking. Yes, thank you.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Again. 3, 2, 1. All right. Thank you very much.
Did you take all the page? Kaha?
No.
Okay.
There are 6 pages of people here.
Yes.
Thank you very much to all for your cooperation. The presentation of the token of appreciation to our rector and group pictures marked the end of our opening ceremony for the 20th KICT anniversary. Ingat dedap di atas para, anak dusun pasang pelita. Kalau tersilap tutur bicara, jemari disusun, maaf dipinta. On behalf of KICT, I would like to thank our beloved rector for willingly spending your precious time with us. With this opportunity given to me, I would like to apologize for any shortcomings in the flow of the event. This also marks the end of our session with our beloved rector. With humbleness, Prof. Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli bin Abdul Razak, Director of IIUM, may leave the session. Your availability has given a tremendous boost to our event. Thank you again, Tan Sri, for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum. God bless.
Thank you, Tan Sri. Thank you. Thank you, Tan Sri.
Salam.
Thank you, Tan Sri.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to become Master of Ceremony for our opening today. I now end my task with Wabillahi Taufiq wal Hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I solemnly pass back the floor to Sister Suraya to proceed to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Madiha, and thank you to everyone who has participated. Now we will have a 15-minute break before we continue with our first session for today. Stay tuned. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Tak ada jamuan ke? Anniversary.
Saya baru nak tanya, bro.
Itulah. Grab. Mazna, you organizer ke datang Mazna? Kau datang kawi?
No, it's me, Dr. Pranobik.
Zaliza. Tan Sri pun sebut you Zalia tu. Zaliza, ingat kan nasi berat. Nasi berani ke apa kan nasi?
You plan later.
Virtual je lah, Prof.
Virtual, makan virtual je. Okey lah.
Dah breakfast ke belum tu?
Belum. Datuk lagi post-COVID gejala.
Okay,
By the way, how are you?
I'm still having a bit of the post-COVID punya symptoms. which is normal actually.
Normal
I
lah,
was
Prof.
told it takes weeks to recover.
Yeah. Even though dah negatif kan, Prof?
Yeah, I tested
Yeah,
negative.
tapi
Now sembang santai kan mana?
People left already. We are just behind to talk to one another virtually.
Okay, those who are here can talk to one another.
Yeah.
Was nice live stream, so it's still live stream is on, I think.
Yeah, it's recorded, isn't it?
Yes, it's recorded.
Who's recorded, is it?
On
Akram,
YouTube.
how are you, Bro Akram? كيف الحال?
On YouTube, we are live streaming, Prof.
So I better leave now, inshallah.
Yes, sir, Prof. Yes, thank you.
كيف الحال أكرم؟
So actually, everyone is waiting for the meal, for the makan.
Yalah, there's no luck. So, Dr. Zaliza, I was hoping that she brought some durian or something from Malacca.
MasyaAllah. I will plan that one. If the musim durian coming, so I will bring durian, insyaAllah.
Yes, Pro Iman is waiting, inshallah. Okay, I will leave first. Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Salam, Prof.
Dr. Zaliza, how are you?
Good, Alhamdulillah. Dr. Mazna.
How's everything?
Murni.
Murni,
Good, Alhamdulillah. Dr. Murni, yes. Good, Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Dr. Murni, for coming and support us. Everyone also.
InsyaAllah.
Yes.
So basically, everyone is already on campus, kan?
I don't think so, Dr. Mazda. I think it's very selective.
Yeah.
At least
Zaliza is on
not
campus?
everyone.
As for now, I am working from home because like yesterday I'm afraid that the internet connection is not good, so
Very
that's why we are
strong.
working from home.
Pukul 10 ni kan, start balik kan?
But is it different link ke same link, ya?
Same link.
Same link. So we can stay on je lah, ya?
Still on je.
Assalamualaikum everyone. We would like to make an important announcement that we are still waiting for the other speakers to join to officially start our first slot session. In the meantime, enjoy this montage that is being shared on the screen. And also we sincerely apologize for any shortcomings that have come. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum everyone. Welcome to our first official slot for the KICT 20th year anniversary event. Now, without further ado, let us proceed for today's event. If all speakers are ready, I solemnly pass the floor to Professor Abdul Rahman to continue with the first slot session. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back again to everyone. So we are thank you the MC for passing the session now to the first slot. Okay, so our first slot is going to be a forum with some of our former games. I think it's if you have seen in the montage, so for some of you who are quite new to the kuliah, we have a number of previous deans who have provided their leadership to the kuliah. But for today's session, we have invited 3 of them to give their thoughts and and accounts and probably stories and probably some sort of inspiration and motivation for us to learn about the history of the kuliah. So my name again is Professor Abdul Rahman Azan. I'm currently the present dean of the Kuliah. I assumed this office in August 2021, which is last year. So I'm only a few months into this office. I would like to introduce first, who are the panel of speakers that we've invited. The first one is Dr. Haji Basri bin Hassan, who's going to be one of our speakers. Even though I think for many of us, Prof. Adam is, the founding, is going to be the founding dean, and he's probably the longest serving dean so far. So the Kuliah is 21 years old, but at least, under the leadership of Prof. Adam, he assumed the deanship twice. And in total, he has provided his leadership for at least 10 years. So half of the age of the Kuliah is under Prof. Adam leadership. But the reason why I like to introduce Dr. Basri first is because I think for many of us, when we become the staff of the university, we join the university when there are already a lot of other members and other staff that already joined the university. For example, myself, my staff number is 17XX, so it's 4-digit numbers. And I think for many of us who are currently serving the Kuliah, at least our numbers will be in the thousands. But for some of the staff, they were the first 100 or at least the first 1,000 who have joined the university, and I think Dr. Basri was one of them. So Dr. Basri started his career in IUM not as an academician. He was an administrator, especially related to the library. Dr. Haji Basri got his Bachelor of Library Science from UITN, but then he was known as ITN, Institute of Technology. Then he went on to get his Master of Library and Information Science and PhD in Information Science from Loughborough University in the United Kingdom. And I think it's not only him who's graduated from Loughborough University. I think a number of us, among the staff are also an alumni of the Loughborough University. And Dr. Haji Basri began his career at the ICT in 2001. So even though he was before that not an academician, but he began his career as an academician in the year 2001. As a lecturer in the Department of Library and Information Science, and he rose into the position of the head of department in May 2002. And then he was appointed as the Deputy Dean in the Student Affairs Division in July 2003. And later in July 2004, he was promoted as the Director of ITD. And in July 2007, he was appointed as the Dean of the ICT. During his year of service, he made numerous contributions to KICT, including the establishment of the first resource center under the Department of LRS. And this happened at the former education building in 2003 when KICT was residing in the building, because we don't have our own, premises yet. Yeah, and it was later renamed as the KICT Resource Center in the new KICT building. During Dr. Haji Basri tenure as the Dean, he held several important meetings with the development division of IIUM concerning the KICT future buildings, which is the current building that we have now. Okay, so even though Prof. Adam has a lot of hands in the planning and also in moving into a new premise that we deciding now. Maybe some of us didn't know that Haji Basri also was one of the instrumental in personality and individual that held a number of important and critical meetings with the division in the early part of the planning. And during this time also, the Kuliah had a joint venture with USIM to hold the World Congress of Muslim Libraries, okay, or what we know as WC Comlis, World Comlis held in Kuala Lumpur in from 25th to 27th November 2008. So we are very pleased to have you, back with us again, the anniversary. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
Okay. Because ini first time I buat ni. Zoom. Okay, I can see my colleagues there. Thank you very much, Prof. Rahman. And also I can see my colleague, Prof. Wahab, Prof. Adam. Assalamualaikum to all. How are you all?
Alhamdulillah.
I'm a retiree for the last 3 years. So lost touch with the academia for the last 3 years. But when the kuliah asked me whether I would like to be one of the speaker, so I say why not, just to reflect back all those good times, all the good times.
The memories and the account will come back very rapidly into your mind, and hope you could share that with us shortly.
Okay, so I start by saying that I was the shortest dean in terms of period. I am the shortest, 1 year only. Actually, it was Prof. Adam who has served the kuliah for a very long time. He has done a very good job there. So I would salute Prof. Adam for the work that he has done. And actually, he wanted to go for sabbatical leave. That's why I came in. So I told him that I won't stay long. When you come back from your sabbatical, I want to go. I want to go off. I want to go for my sabbatical. So that was the agreement between me and Prof. Adam. So that explains why I did not stay long. I stayed for 1 year. Even the rector at that time, Prof. Arabi, Prof. Arabi, was asking me why I want to leave so fast. I said that I wanted to do my sabbatical, and also I don't want to stay in one position for a very long time. Prior to becoming the dean, I was the head of department in 2002 to 2003. I head department of library information science, and then I became the following year. I became the deputy dean student affairs. I enjoyed that position actually. Thank you to Dr. Adam, Prof. Adam, for giving me the chance to serve in the kuliah. As mentioned by Prof. Rahman, that after that I went to become the director of ITD. That is for quite some time. There I stayed there for over 3 years, 3 years and few months over there. And then I came back to the kuliah to become the dean in 2007. So reflecting the kuliah at that time, we don't have our building yet. We were actually, what we call it, or in the term of the people who stay in the mahalah, they say squatting. We were squatting in the kuliah of, not kuliah, I said Department of Economic, Department of Education. The building of education building. So when I was the dean, we stayed there in the kuliah in the Department of Education. So during that time, our building was in the progress of coming up into a kuliah. So my tenure as a dean in the kuliah at the education building, that 1 year I couldn't do much, but just to continue the good work of Dr. Prof. Adam. And during that time, I remember I, together with our brother, that time he was not yet a doctor, he was Brother Ahmad Faizul. We went to Russia to sign a research, join MOU, but then the director said cannot become MOU So you become a letter of intent with one of the medical research institute in Russia. I was very scared to go to Russia, but I have no choice because the director said, you must go. So 1 year as a dean, I managed to put the house in order. In terms of administration, I was quite very firm in terms of administration. The transport of the kuliah, I make sure that it's well maintained and it's not misused by the staff. So I was not a popular dean, maybe due to that, because being firm and strict. And then I remember during that time, there was a group of international experts coming to our kuliah. I think they call themselves ACM ICPC, coming to kuliah to we were asked to bid as the call it a place for this international computer programming competition during that time. There was in 2007. So we try our best. We try our best to win to become the host. But then Singapore got it. Singapore got it. Didn't get. I went to see the Minister of Higher Education at that time with Prof. Azmi, Datuk Azmi, to get sponsor from the government, but somehow or other our package was not good enough for that international organization, and Singapore offer a better package than us. So but never mind, it's just an experience. And then I still remember that we started the Al-Khawarizmi national competition during that time, and our Prof. Rahman is the key mover, the key player of that Al-Khawarizmi competition at that time. And together with Prof. Rahman, at that time, he was the director of SITA, and we went to the Prime Minister Department to meet the people there to get the people from the government to come to our kuliah to take the course under SITA. It was on security. Yes, on security. I think I remember with Prof. Rahman and another colleague, Brother Jamal. Brother Jamal, we went to the PN. I think you remember that, Prof. Rahman.
Yes.
Yeah. So that 1 year, not much I can do. I just continue the good work of Prof. Adam. Things were running okay at that time. Nothing much to boast about lah. So
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Some questions to you, but I'd like to move on to our second speaker, who is the most important person in the establishment of our kuliah. I think for many of us, Prof. Adam Muhammad Adam Suhaimi is known like a fatherly figure for many of us. I think many of us, including me, I think have been mentored by Prof. Adam for so long, and I think I'm indebted to him in many corners and in many areas, because I think through his help and support, I've been where I am now, and I'm really indebted to Prof. Adam. So let me introduce Prof. Adam to you all. I think for some of you, you have may not have met Prof. Adam. I think you're all quite new to So Prof. Adam completed his Bachelor of Science in Computer Science at Northern Illinois University from January 1982 to December 1984. I think these are probably among the pioneer batch of students from our country who pursue areas of computer science. So I think Prof. Adam are among pioneering group of students during that time. And later on, he went on to get his PhD in Information Systems at Loughborough University from December 1994 to June 1998. He's a professor of KICT in the Department of Information System. Prof. Adam is also one of the KICT pioneer staff who was responsible for the new KICT building that we have now. So we are all, I think, indebted to Prof. Adam. I think Prof. Adam started his career again similar to Dr. Basri, not as an academician. He started his career in IIM as an administrator, especially as an IT expert. If I'm not mistaken, at the time, Prof. Adam was the head of the IT unit in the ANR. If I'm mistaken, maybe Prof. Adam can correct if I got it wrong. And he was also pioneering head of the Department of Information Systems when we have not, prior to the establishment of the Kuliah. I think we also have some other, I think Prof. Fauzan also was once the head of the department, the department, Adam was the director of ITD, and during his leadership as the dean of the ICT, he established a lot of important milestones. CITA was established during the time. Prof. Adam also was the first CIO of the IIUM, the Chief Information Officer. So apart from being one of the longest dean serving the KICT, he was also serving as the director of ITD for a long time. And I think Prof. Adam has got a lot of his fingerprints, especially in the development of the information technology infrastructure of the university. So I think we are really indebted to Prof. Adam. And we are very glad that we have Prof. Adam back to share, and we did a lot of accounts and some historical facts and also some aspiration, inshallah, that he's going to share with us. How are you, Prof. Adam?
Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much, Prof. Rahman. Can you hear me, Prof?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
Okay.
Okay, let me also introduce our another speaker, which is who is still with us, Prof. Abdul Wahab. Prof. Abdul Wahab is known as Prof. Wahab, who received his Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering in 1979. So for some of us, 1979, we probably have not been born yet. And he got his Bachelor from the University of Essex in the United Kingdom. And then his Master of Science in Electronic Engineering in 1987 from the National University of Singapore, and his PhD in Computer Engineering in 2004 from Nanyang Technological University, or NTU. Prof. Wahab began his career as a production engineer in R&D, project manager at Hewlett-Packard, Singapore. Prior to joining the faculty of Nanyang Technological University in Singapore in 1990, he worked in Singapore and Colorado, USA. He joined the Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, KICT, in 2009. He was the Dean of KICT until 2021. He specializes in brain development disorder analysis, signal and speech analysis, and electrophysiological analysis. And he has published over 100 papers, patents, and also book chapters in the field of digital and optical computing, signal processing, artificial intelligence, and neuroscience, and also computing. I think during the tenure of Prof. Wahab, I think he has introduced quite a number of important milestones and also best practices from Korea. I think for some of the courses, like the Bachelor of Computer Science and Bachelor of IT, the enhancements of the specialization courses and packages was Prof. Wahab was quite instrumental in the introduction of the specialization areas. And Prof. Wahab also is very instrumental in enhancing the culture of research and publication in the Kuliah, and the establishment of research lab, for example. and the establishment of any of the research groups in the Kulia, and that has really, jumpstart quite major important research projects in the Kulia, and that also indirectly enhanced a lot of publication achievements. In terms of the quality of postgraduate, also I think Prof. Ahab has enhanced a lot in terms of how we manage the postgraduate and also improve the quality of postgraduate study in our Kulia. And one of the most important milestones in the Kulia is the establishment of the new program, because Prof. Ahab was very instrumental in introducing analytics and business intelligence in the Kulia. So NDIE happened during the time of Prof. Ahab leadership. So how are you, Prof?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, I think first of all, can I just 1 minute? I just want to thank Prof. Adam. Prof. Adam for, I remember that in 2009, he was the one as a dean who actually take me into the Kulia. Thank you very much, Prof. Adam.
Welcome.
And also the other one is Dr. Nur Mazia. I remember Dr. Mazia even come to Singapore to come and visit me in Singapore. So I think these are the two. I'm really grateful that actually brought me into the Kulia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Rahman.
Thank you all. I'd like to ask this question because I think for many of us, quite a number of us are quite new, and we don't know really, how the Kulia was established. And we would like to know, because some of the younger ones, in relation to some of the senior ones, the gap, the gap is like a grandfather and grandchildren. So it's like the grandchildren wanting to know, what happened in the last 20 years and how the Kulia started. So, yes, one of the younger generation of the KICT, some of them are clueless when it comes to the KICT past stories, such as when and how KICT was established. But nonetheless, we have heard that KICT was established as one of the departments inside the Kulia of Economics and Medical Sciences. It is interesting to know about the path taken to build the KICT. So I would like to ask this question to Prof. Adam. Could you please tell us about the history of the KICT and how it came to be established? Please, welcome, Prof. Adam.
Okay, thank you very much, Rahman. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, I'm very happy to Alhamdulillah. Ada time
Prof, I think your end is not the line at your end is not very clear to us. Okay, so maybe Prof. Adam will join us back. In the meantime, maybe Dr. Najib Basri, can you also relate some stories about the establishment of the Kulia, from as much as you know?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rahman. The Kulia started in November 2001, established in November 2001. It was a combination of Department of Information System under the Kulia of Economics and Management, and the Department of Library and Information Science under the Department of Human Science under the Kulia of RKHS. So you can say that it's end of 2001, but we consider 2002 lah, as the starting of the Kulia. And we got our temporary place in the education building, as I mentioned earlier. So we started from, we operate from there. That is the beginning of the Kulia, and the lecturer at that time, the head of department of IS was brother, can't remember his name. He left us actually. He's an IT expert.
Brother Adli Abdul Wahid, now in Brisbane.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Prof. Fauzan.
He's the third head department.
He was the head of department, the first one.
The first head department is me. The second is Faizul, and the third is Adli.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Fauzan, for that detail.
Okay, and then I remember one academician from Pakistan, Dr. Farouk. Dr. Farouk, also one of the pioneer at that time. And then the Department of Library Information Science, the head was Prof. Ahmad Bakri at that time. Computer science does not exist yet. It came later. I can't remember when, but when we already moved to the new building, I think the computer science department started. That's much I can recall about the department. Thank you.
Prof. Rahmat, if I may add.
Yes, please, Prof. Fauzan, you are among
I think
the
because you asked
pioneering.
about the history, while Prof. Adam is not here yet.
Yes, yes.
Today, we want to
Thank you for
establish
chipping
a
in.
department, computer engineering from Kuliah Engineering. Prof. Faris represent Kuliah Engineering. I represent Kuliah Economics, and Prof. Adam is the head director of ITD at that time. So as academician, I represent to establish the Kuliah. And Prof. Ahmad Bakri, Dr. Ahmad Bakri during that time is the represent Review Knowledge Human Sciences. So we negotiate. Prof. Kamal Hassan asked us to sit down and discuss how to form Kuliah ICT. That was in way back 1999. Actually, it start 1999. The negotiation 1999 start. Unfortunately, computer engineering did not want to join us. The reason gave because they don't want to lose the title IR. So they want end up okay. We just married together, two of us, Department Library Science from River Knowledge and Department Information System from Kuliah Economics. And Alhamdulillah, we managed to establish. And that time, Prof. Adam is the director of TD. So we discussed together whether who going to become dean. And Alhamdulillah, Prof. Adam been choose as the dean. I replaced Prof. Adam as a director of ITD. So actually, way back before, our ITD is not exist as a division. Way back in Petaling Jaya, there not no such computer center in universities. So we discussed with Prof. Kamal, we need to have a center. That's why ITD park under Center of Language. This is like the plan letter. So ITD is not exist. Kuliah ICT also not planned. So this is new things developed because of ITD. So this is my input. Thank you. Just to add 5 cents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Fauzan. For I think many of us didn't know about some of those details. So I think these are important historical facts that will add on to our knowledge, inshallah.
And I want to add one more thing. I'm quite nostalgic about this. Why we choose the green banana leaf. Green leaf. You know why? That time because we believe, actually we believe in sustainable that time already. Because leaf green meaning that new technology that sustain and environmentally friendly. That's why we choose green, young green color. Thank you very much.
So the idea of sustainability is not new to our kuliah then. So the corporate color of our kuliah is really a reflection of our awareness on sustainability. So inshallah, with green technology and moving forward, we will make sustainability an important agenda in our moving forward, inshallah. I would like to move to Prof. Wahab. Prof, we have witnessed the KICT transformation from the beginning to the present. And Prof, I'd like to ask you, is there
KICT changes or transformation that you have most remembered from?
As far as I'm concerned, as I joined the Kuliah, which I joined IIUM after 2009. So therefore, a lot of things have been done before 2009, like Fauzan was saying, you know, that we have from 1999, right? So until 2009, that's about 10 years of things that that you all have done. And but what I can observe from what has happened between 2009 until today. Okay, that is something that I can basically say. And as far as the Kuliah is concerned, although our rector just now when he mentioned about the importance of the Kuliah in the digital transformation and so forth, you know, we have not kind of participate actively in some of these in some of this digital transformation indirectly. But of course, there are some of us, like for example, Prof. Fauzan. Fauzan has done a lot as far as looking into the cybersecurity issues, social media issues, and so forth. You know, the only problem is that we have never put it up together as a concerted effort that comes from KICT. Therefore, the promotion in this particular case is lacking. The rector doesn't know about it. So if only we can put all this effort together, and I'm very sure, for example, like Dr. Mazia's group, you know, they have done a lot as far as educating the schools and so forth in terms of our work on cyber world. So I think these are the things that we need to put up together, you know, and there are a lot more. For example, Dr. Nuha has done a lot more, you know, in educating the younger generation, you know, in terms of cybersecurity and so forth. So there are a lot more that we have done. Prof. Nobix on blockchain, you know, and many more. But we just need to put them together. At the industrial level, we have the Penawa hospital that we work together. I think most of us knows about this one here. So therefore, unless otherwise we can put things together, then we can say that, hey, okay, our rector now knows, because if we have succeeded in making sure that our rector knows what we have done, then I think that is one step ahead. Not because we have not done it, we have done it, but kebanyakan kita ni kadang-kadang dia macam apa, zuhud. We do not want to tell people, but I think that's not the way. I think we have to basically do more and tell people, you know. In our website, we should do more. Last year, we have the flagship, even before that, you know, and some of our flagship are very successful, you know. The e-scroll is actually belongs to the Kuliah, you know, so therefore there are more that we can do. There are more that we can promote as far as the Kuliah is concerned. I am very, very sure, like Prof. Rose, Prof. Asad, all these people, you know, they have contributed a lot as far as the university is, the Kuliah is concerned, the university is concerned, and also at the national level. So what we need to do, put them together, you know, get them to don't be too zuhud, you know, and try to put things in a proper perspective. And these are the contribution of KICT. That's my first thought as far as KICT.
Thank you, Prof. Hab, and welcome to Prof. Adam. So, when we lost you, Prof. Azan kicked in to read some of the important historical developments about the transmission of the Kuliah. And I think to many of us also really important information so that we know what happened in the earlier formation of the Kuliah. I would like to Prof. Adam, so maybe he would like to add some more to that. And if you can also touch on some of those historical accounts. And after that, you would like to also request me to comment on the issue of Islamization of knowledge and also Rahmatan lil Alamin. How does KICT play its role in being one of the vital contributors to IIUM in particular and serving the globally serving the Ummah?
Okay, Thank you very much, Prof. Rahman. Very sorry about the problem just now. I'm not sure what was the problem, but I believe because of the connection. Yeah. So I will try my best to share with you some of the historical events that took place at the early beginning of the kuliah. If I can share my slide, because I have prepared some simple slide. Yeah, boleh, Rahman?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'll try. Yeah.
Don't allow Prof. Adam to share the slide.
Oh, host disabled participant screen sharing. I cannot share. Yeah? Boleh able kan tak?
Can you enable Prof. Adam sharing? Give me a second, Prof. Adam.
Okay, all right. Still cannot. It's okay, Rahman. I will go through the events that took place.
Yeah, please go ahead, Prof.
I just go ahead. Yeah. As we all know that the announcement of this kuliah of ICT was made during the first International Conference on Information Systems and Islam. That was on the 5th to the 7th of November by Professor Kamal Hassan, and was a big surprise to everyone, including myself, when I was named as the first dean of the kuliah. And actually, during that time, the head of the department was then our brother Faisal, Dr. Faisal, the head of the department of IS, and we were at the we were attached at the kuliah of Economics and Management. And let me say, I see. Hello.
Yes, Prof. Go ahead.
Ada problem tadi. Is it? Okay. Can you see the chronicle events?
Yes.
Okay.
How many slides do you have, Prof?
This one just about 3 or 4. I will share only 3 or 4. And just to share with you that when we started at the Kuliah of Economics, our first office was at the office of the Dean of Kuliah Economics at level 1. We were sharing at the same office, and we were there in December 2002. And in April 2002, we managed to get the approval from the rector then, Professor Kamal Hassan, to move to Kuliah of Education at level 4 and level 5. If you can still remember, we stayed in the Kuliah of Education for almost 10 years, Prof. Rahman? About 10 years in the Kuliah of Education. And at that point of time, in April 2002 also, we received new appointments for the Deputy Deans of the KICT and the appointment of Head of Department of IS and the Library Science. Just to share with everyone that in July 2002, we first started using the revised Bachelor of MIS curriculum using the KICT required courses. Yeah, that in July 2002. And in 2003, we received our external accesses from MOHI for our BIT program. And in 2003 also, we started to establish the Department of Computer Science. And just to highlight, in 2004, there was the BMIS program, which was changed to BIT. We have to do a topping up program. Our BMIS program was that time considered a Bachelor of Arts, and it was not recognized as a science degree. And because of that, our students are not able to be appointed as Pegawai Sistem Maklumat or IT executive or IT officer. So we have to do a top-up program of 3 to 4 courses for them to be converted to Bachelor of IT. And in 2004, the formation of the CITA in 2004. And then July 2004 also was the offering of the Bachelor of Computer Science by the Department of Computer Science. And in 2006, 2006 is the beginning of the planning of the new KICT building, which we have right now. Just to share some experience of the formation of the new kuliah, we have to submit our proposal to first to our top management, and after that we have to submit to the EPU at the PM's office to apply for the budget for the formation of the new KICT building. And in that year also, 2006, we have our first international conference on ICT for the Muslim world in 2006. And then in 2007, we have our National Intervarsity Programming Competition, or resmi organized by KICT that time, 2007. And then in 2007, it was the formation of the ACM ICP simulation chapter. To me, this is one of the significant milestones, yeah, Prof. Rahman, whereby when we bring in ACM ICPC, we managed to get the World Organization in the US to come to appoint us as the main secretariat for the ACM ICPC for the region of Southeast Asia. So this is where I believe that we have managed to train our own students. Yeah, at the same time, we bring in students from other local universities also to participate in the national ACM ICPC. And eventually, we also have the opportunity to take our students to join the international ACM ICPC world competition. The other important milestone I would like to share with, perhaps some of you are not aware of this, is the formation of COURAGE. COURAGE is the collaboration with the Kent State University, USA, with other universities, which include UKM and other public universities, and also School of Engineering, and universities in Pakistan. And we have this collaboration whereby we have managed to send two of our lecturers, Dr. Sadri and Dr. Shima, to continue their study, their PhD in Kent State University. And this is something that perhaps Prof. Rahman can help to continue, Prof. Rahman, if you can continue to go or even visit Kent State University and work together with them, the possibility of doing research together with them, because we have already developed that collaboration with the Kent State University. And we have Sadri and Shima as the product of this Kent State University. Yeah. Then we have also the Masters of IT in 2007. And the other thing is I would like to mention is the groundbreaking. The groundbreaking of the new KICT building was done on the 2nd of March 2009. This is another significant milestone. 2009 is the groundbreaking of the new KICT building. The other thing is that our ICT4M conference that we jointly organized with University Islam Shahid in Jakarta, that was in December 2010. It was a very successful collaboration with UIN, and we still have that continued collaboration with them until now. And 2011, we started our computer science, master's computer science by research, and PhD computer science by research. And the most significant milestone is that our 1st of November, we moved to our new building. Our new building that we have right now, we moved into the new building on the 1st of November. And we started our class officially at the new KICT building on the 14th of November. So these are among to me, when we move into the new building, has given us this freedom and opportunity to expand and to develop further. One thing that I learned from this, I would say, experience of this moving from the old building to the new building is something that a teamwork among us, among the lecturers, which I see that we sacrifice a lot. And during that time, I believe some of you have that same experience, that we were very small in numbers. I could still remember masa itu we have people like Prof. Rahman, Prof. Fauzan, Prof. Sina, and a few more yang senior tu, for Dr. Basri, yeah, of course, Dr. Basri, among the earliest, dengan Prof. Abang Bakri, we were together that developed the kuliah. Yeah, it is not me alone. We work together, and all the deputy deans, yeah, and heads of department have to develop the kuliah. And one very, I would say, another nice experience was that we were very close with the students at that time. If you can see some of our current lecturers who are formerly students of BIT, we have Shakawi, we have Shuhaili, siapa lagi, many more, many more from Kuliah of ICT that is the product of KICT. And we were among the few that started to take our own graduates to become lecturers. Yeah, we take all the A students, yeah, from our BIT and BCS program to become our lecturers of the Kuliah. So again, just for a start, I would like to thank this sharing session. And to answer your second question about Islamization, yeah, Dr. Pramaman, yeah? Islamization is something that I would say is very, very important. But one thing that I wanted to share is that it has to start from ourselves. Yeah? It has to start from ourselves. We need to say everyone that have the intention of trying to propagate Islamization, we have to start to practice it within ourselves and within our family. Then we have to Islamize whatever modern knowledge that we have in front of us. And this is something that it's a continuous process. And we're seeing that one of our efforts that we wanted to bring Islamization of knowledge in our Kuliah, you can see that we brought in some of the lecturers or products of the IRK. We brought in Brother Rosdi, Brother Aznan, Brother Nur Hasrul. These are the product of IRK, Kuliah of IRK. Yeah? I brought them into the Kuliah with the intention that they can help to introduce and to improvise our ICT and Islam courses and Islamization of knowledge in the Kuliah. And I think that will be a good start. And I do hope that the Kuliah will continue, with this good effort and bring in more, I would say, capable lecturers into the Kuliah, inshallah. That is for the start, for Rahman.
Thank you, Prof. Adam. I would like to also ask the same question to Dr. Haji Basri on the role of Islamization and also Rahmatul Alamin. Can you add some of your perspectives to that?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rahman. From my perspective, I think the Kuliah, our Kuliah, KICT, was able to integrate this Islamization of knowledge in the Kuliah by become active in making the Kuliah felt in the university by offering ICT courses in the Kuliah, whereby all the other students from other Kuliah learn the ICT skill from our Kuliah. So there is one contribution of our Kuliah to the university. That's from my views. Besides that, the ICT 4M, which Prof. Adam mentioned earlier, that is another platform whereby we make our Kuliah and our university being recognized by the Muslim world. So that's another point I think is very important, the ICT 4M. I think we had several program seminar conferences in overseas, like the one that I attended was in Morocco at one time. It was well received by the international Muslim countries. Okay, I think that's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Haji Basri. Maybe Prof. can also add to that. I want to have a more focused question to you. When comparing to these students to those who graduated in the 90s or the early 20s, what challenges did the ICT experience in producing graduates to meet the demand of the market employment, and what should we do to stay on the right track?
I think one of the changes that we have seen from comparing between the BIT graduate and the BCS graduate, is that earlier years, we find that the BCS graduate are more popular compared to our BIT graduate. And you can see that just recently, 2-3 years ago, just before the COVID, that the industry is asking for more of our BIT graduate. And this change, has got something to do with the industry, or because some of the courses that we adopted, like the specialization and so forth in our BIT program. And it has to be aware. So therefore, in this case here, and also the industry are not just looking at somebody who can do coding. I think they are looking at more system level courses and so forth, where in this particular case, our BIT has offered very well. I think with the introduction of like blockchain and so forth, so our student becomes more and more popular. I think I'm very sure Prof. Adam and the rest of you will agree with me. What we have done in the first place is that why does the industry prefer our student compared to some of the other graduates from other universities? I think one of the things is that because of the nature, because of the environment, because of the surrounding that we have put up, as far as our students are concerned, in terms of Islamization of knowledge, and I hope that this will continue. And it is important for the lecturer, for each of us, as lecturer, to continue to re-emphasize. I remember at one point, we make sure that at least we spend 5 minutes at the beginning of our lecture to talk about a hadith or an ayah in the Quran. My worry is that may go away, unless otherwise the kuliah reinforce it, that, hey, we want to remind not just our student, but ourselves also, that, hey, these are the hadiths, these are the Quran, and that can relate to the subject or to the course or to whatever class that you're teaching. I think that should continue. And we have done that, and I think Prof. Imad always remind us, hey, this is something that we need to do, So I think, and this is very important. Unless otherwise, we continue that, not tradition, something that we have done, I think, well, in this particular case, it may lose out. In the end, it may just go away. And we have a lot of new guys coming in from other universities, which has not got that kind of exposure. So I think it's very important that we maintain that kind of thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Anything you'd like to add on that, Prof. Adam?
I think in terms of the curriculum, we have been doing continuous evaluation, review of the curriculum, which is very good, and that should be continued. And we should always try to match our supply and demand. Meaning to say that our product has to be marketable enough to the industry. What Prof. Wahab is saying, there's more and more demand for BIT students, because you can still remember our BIT program. Among other things, what we focus is on the applied approach of computer science, meaning to say it is more applied for the BIT program students. And at the same time, we're seeing that if you notice in terms of our curriculum, we don't only focus on programming, we also emphasize on knowledge of business. We emphasize on the current trend of IT in the industry, which is something that we should continue to consider. And one of the other things is that in the beginning of our kuliah also, you can see that we bring in people from the industry. I brought in people from the industry like Brother Jamaluddin, Brother Abdul Rahman Arad, and few more who have this industrial experience, but they don't have PhD, but they can contribute. So people from the industry with their many years of experience have to balance the experience of the academic staff. So I hope this would continue to bring in a few more fellows from the industry and we keep on doing this culture among our in the kuliah. And at the same time, this idea of doing attachment by our lecturers to the industry should also be continued. Yeah, so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Adam. I think among us, not just staff who attended this event, and we have also all the students, I think many of them, running our program today. Some of them from CS, some of them from IS. So I think the important thing is for both the IS students and IT students to develop all the skills, especially in trying to solve the problem. You know, because I think our community, our nation, our organization, companies out there, once graduates who can help to solve problems, not just problem in business, but also problems in the community. And so I think everyone should take the opportunity to learn how to solve problems. And I think that will be very important. So I think if we are good, we are fast learner, we can show the skills and understanding of the problem and have ideas of how to solve the problem. I think that would be the skills that really needed by companies and organizations out there. I think we probably have some 5 or maybe less than 10 minutes to continue. I would like to give this opportunity to any of our audience, especially maybe from among the senior staff who want to add some more information or stories of accounts that probably have not been touched by our speakers, or maybe some questions from among the students or the new staff. From anyone? Please, anyone. I welcome you all. Dr. Murni, would like to say something? Dr. Murni is also one of the senior members of the kuliah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think it's really great opportunity to see all the former deans together here in this 20th anniversary. I think it's bringing a lot of story and memory. I do not have any specific question, but I think we make dua that inshallah, from what has been established by the before, inshallah it will be flourish, KICT will be flourish, and Allah will grant more success for KICT. And I think we are really in depth with the former dean, I think especially Prof. Adam, who worked so hard for it, inshallah. I think also the other deans who have been continuing all the good effort. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah. Anybody else would like to say something?
Yeah, Prof. Rahman, about Islamization, Alhamdulillah, Prof. Kamal Hassan recognized our usrah as the longest usrah ever sustained in IIUM. Even we beat Vivid Knowledge, Kuliah Economics. Actually, it started at Kuliah Economics by Ustaz Razali Nawawi. Then after that, we rebirthed back 2006, and now usrah is 276. No other kuliah or department in universities, name it, Vivid Knowledge or education or whatever kuliah, but we can proud to say that we are contributing to Islamization of knowledge. When we start usrah, we start with Tafsir Al-Azhar. Then I remember that one in Malay. Then we want to have in English. Then Dr. Ahmad Zaki, brother, the elder brother of Akram, from Akram, that established that you want to have Tazkirah in English. Then brother, and do we collaborate with other kuliah? Of course, we are not Mashayikh here, but we collaborate with Dr. Wan Sabri, now is Deputy Director of USAS, Dr. Habib, and Prof. Jamal Badi, and so on. So for Tazkirah alone is 156, and the Tafsir Azhar 256. So I hope, even though we are no longer here, the usrah should be continued and passed back to future generation. And this could now our tafsir Al-Azhar become popular not just in the university, even River Knowledge have joined us, the Kuliah Engineering, Kuliah Architecture, Kuliah Education, and also University Utara Malaysia, University Malaya, University Malaysia Sabah, all over Malaysia. So we are contributing to the Islamization, not just Kuliah, not just university, but the whole entire Malaysia and the world, inshallah. Just my
that is happening. Hopefully, our students can also join our Tazkirah series and also our Usra series. Inshallah, we will continue to maintain tradition, and hopefully, the scope of Usra can expand further.
I want to thank you, Dr. Basri from Rahman, because during his time, he not allow any activities from 8 to 10 every Friday. So he allowed us to use Kuliah meeting room for the Usra. So thank you very much, Dr. Basri. I still remember that.
Yeah. Anyone who would like to add any more stories or account, or maybe ask questions maybe to our speakers, maybe from among the students, if any.
And actually, our dean himself is the product of Kuliah Economic that planned to become a lecturer. At that time, we have IS department. So you are our alumni from Rahman that we have planned you to become our lecturer. You will be sent to Warwick. Still remember, we're waiting our top student from Kuliah Economic to come back. So you are the one that, alhamdulillah, you're leading the Kuliah now.
Thank you, Prof. for mentioning that. Yeah, also. So when Prof. Adam was doing his PhD, when they started the idea of establishing the department, I remember I was also requested to be joined part of the team to develop the BMIT proposal. And so I remember, putting my hands and developing the first proposal for the BMIT curriculum. Yeah, alhamdulillah. I think the background that I went through, not necessarily coming from computing originally, I think it has given me some advantage because I think it allowed me to have some interdisciplinary perspective, which I think is very important now, especially when we live in a world where we cannot solve problems using a very specialized knowledge and information. So I think I would like to encourage our students and our staff to expand the knowledge and acquire more knowledge beyond, your area expertise or area of specialization. Yeah, from any of the students, anyone would like to ask questions or say something?
Assalamualaikum. May I? Assalamualaikum to all lecturers, seniors. I'm Amina. I'm a recent graduate. I'm no longer a student. So I graduated last year. I just want to share, this is my question. I'm just so happy to see all the previous deans, current deans, all lecturers. I actually wanted to attend physically, but I couldn't because it's online now. And I just want to share, I met Encik Adli that Prof. Fauzan mentioned just now from an APNIC event. That's a company that he used to work with. So there's no many Malaysians there. So when I connected with him, he said he's from IIUM, and I was like, whoa. So meeting another fellow IIUM, especially KICT out here in the industry, makes me really proud, and I really miss KICT, and I hope I'll be able to see all the lecturers during graduation, inshallah. Thank you.
Brother Adli is the head of cybersecurity in APNIC. APNIC is an NGO in charge of domain for entire Asia Pacific. And he's involved actively to teach on IT security. And he's the one of the founder of NICER, National IT Security, before they rebranded to Cybersecurity Malaysia.
Yeah, welcome, Putri Amina. We are pleased to have you met. So we can maintain a very close relationship, as an alumni with our kuliah. So inshallah, with good relationship, we will, perhaps contact you, for in future events, okay? So that you continue to update us of what you are doing, where you are, and also share the success stories and achievements with our current students, inshallah.
Inshallah, pray for us too.
Yeah, okay. Anybody else would like to say anything before we end?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Prof. Rahman, I just would like to add to what Dr. Basri has mentioned earlier. Yes, I would like to thank all the deans and also the pioneers of the kuliah that we still stand here today. It's our 20th and going into our 21st year, and also to our department, this is our 30th year, and I and Dr. Basri were the pioneer, the first batch of the MLIS program. So it's nice to see you here. So Dr. Basri, yes, just to add, I still remember our meetings at the department. It's a matter of whether or not to join Kuliah ICT, to establish Kuliah of ICT. So we were having several discussions chaired by Prof. Bakri, and we were thinking that, are we really technology? Are we human science? Okay, or so what are we exactly? Because at the Kuliah of RKHS, we are considered the IT over there, okay, in terms of application. So especially when we have the library system, so we were that level of IT at the faculty or Kuliah of RKHS. And then going to ICT, maybe it is really hard technology, so we were considering that, as well as also students intake, etc. But Alhamdulillah, because the vision and the objective is to support the university, and also to look forward and then to really face new challenges. So the department decided that yes, we should be together with Department of IS to build a Kuliah of ICT. So that's how we concluded that meeting. So I still remember we have Sister Shahran joining in us, okay, but of course before that we have other sisters as well, like Sister Noriza, etc. So anyway, just to mention that we really flourish, okay, because at Kuliah of RKHS there are so many departments, so we have to wait 1 or 2 hours to have our turn to present. But at Kuliah ICT it takes only 20 minutes. So because the size is just enough, just nice for us to be in the queue for any presentation. And we decided also some courses that we can consider ICT under the new kuliah at that time. And one of them is information retrieval. And that was my area, and I feel honored to be one of the lecturers to teach ICT courses and suitable for the Kuliah of ICT. And also thank you very much to Kuliah of ICT, actually to all the deans, and of course the pioneer seater like Prof. Fauzan, and also Brother Jamal, okay, Brother Arad as well, okay, when it comes to introducing ICT to our department, as well as also having me as the first research coordinator for the kuliah. Thank you very much. And that was an opportunity for me to bring in Islamization that I have done during my time at the Kuliah of RKHS. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for getting that information. I think we have come to the end. I think it's supposed to be 1 hour. I think we have exceeded more than 1 hour. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers. We are really very pleased to have some of them back, especially Prof. Adam and Dr. Basri. Thank you, Prof. Wahab, as also being one of the speakers. Thank you all who have say something and also add to the information. So this is a really a blessed, really a blessed occasion. We can meet the former staff, the current staff, and so the current student as well as the former students. So hopefully this will make us stronger, and we can work together not only as the present staff of the university, or the current student of university, but we can collaborate, especially with those who have graduated, who have worked in industry, and I think for those who have worked in industry and have graduated and become alumni, this is time to give back. Because I think for some of us, I think we went through the education, we went through the learning process, and some of us have contributed in terms of being part of the kuliah and serving the kuliah. And I hope others who have worked in other organizations can also do the same to develop, because I think this is the process that we need to continue, so that our kuliah, our graduates will continue to develop new knowledge, because I think things are always changing. Hopefully, the new knowledge, the new skills can be, can enhance our program, can enhance our graduate, so that we can really play our role in setting up a needed new landscape, in the future, not only in the industry, but also the nation as well as the globally. So with that, I would like to end this session, the first slot of the forum. Thank you all for attending this event. And thank you all the speakers for sharing their thoughts and also accounts of stories and history. I just like to say something that every time I leave home, at the end of the day, I will take, the short bypass towards gate number 2. So I would like to thank Prof. Adam for, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Prof. Adam who insisted that bypass.
The bypass.
Yeah, so that to circle the entire campus to exit the university. I think that really hopefully can be part of your continuous jariyah, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Thank you. Can I pass back the session to the MC? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much to the moderator and all our speakers for conducting such an insightful forum session. It has really shown everyone the journey KICT has undergone throughout the years, and you have bestowed us some very important information about the development of the industry as well. And now, before we end the session, I would like to ask all participants to turn on their cameras for a group photography session with the speakers and the moderator. I now pass the floor to Sister Kaha.
Assalamualaikum. Is everyone ready?
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Again. 3, 2, 1. All right. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone for your cooperation. Members of the session, we have come to the end of our first slot of the 20th year KICT Anniversary event. We will have a short break before we begin with our next special slot. Moderators and speakers of slot 1, you may leave the session if desired. Thank you once again for taking the time to attend this event and delivering such a wonderful forum. Now, before we have our break, I would like to remind participants of some few notices. Firstly, right after this, we will have a special slot session on these same platforms. The Zoom platform will be available for staff and lecturers only, while the YouTube platform is open to all members of KICT. Secondly, I would like to remind all the participants that there will be an attendance link pinned in the comment section. So kindly fill up your attendance form if you haven't done so. Members of the session are highly encouraged to remain in the Zoom call or enter the platform earlier in order to avoid causing a distraction to the speakers of the next session. We will be taking our break now and will update the chat box or this call for any new announcements regarding the next slot. Stay tuned and thank you for your participation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ha? Tak ada.
Assalamualaikum, admin.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, I just want to check whether my voice is okay.
Yes, it's okay.
Yes. Okay.
June.
June. Okay. Give me a moment. My video? Does it appear nice on your side?
Yes.
Yes, no problem.
Yes. Okay, Alhamdulillah.
Very sweet too.
All right. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining this session. Before starting this special slot, I would like to announce that Dr. Muhyiddin is unfortunately unavailable to attend today's special slot session due to his health condition. He hoped he could have joined today and sends his regards to all the KICT members. The committee wishes Dr. Muhyiddin a speedy recovery, as this session will still proceed with Professor Ritza and Professor Husna. Now, without further ado, I humbly pass the floor to our special slot moderator, Dr. Hayani, to begin the session. Whenever you are ready, Doctor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Sister Suraya, as our MC for today's sessions. And inshallah, I will actually be the moderator for this particular session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we proceed, let's begin with our special session today with recitation of Kitab Al-Fatiha. Give me a moment because I have apologize for some technical difficulties having because I have received the notification inside my device. So good afternoon, everyone. And I'm Dr. Nohayani. Inshallah, I will be the moderator for this special sharing session today with our KICT retired professor and premier staff. First and foremost, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone attending this session. Hopefully, our audiences are in good health and full energized to continue with this session in spite of having closer to lunchtime. All right, inshallah. This slot will feature a special sharing session from a successful and wonderful guest speakers who were once a part of KICT. We wish to hear their stories on our beloved KICT past and their view of the KICT in present day. Along the way with their advice and precious opinions on how we in KICT should remain united to become one of the leading kuliah that acknowledge and contributing from the ethical thinking to the practical concerns of technology and its value. To all audiences, may I grab your attention? There will be only 2 speakers for this special session today as one of our guest speaker, Dr. Muhyiddin, is not available due to some medical reason. Before we proceed, let's hear a brief background of our guest speaker. First and foremost, Professor Dr. Mohammad Riza bin Wahidin, the Vice Chancellor of University Science Islam Malaysia. Prof. Riza obtained his PhD from UMIST UK in August 1989 in quantum optics and the higher doctoral degree from the same university in December 2004. He is the MOSTI 1994 National Young Scientist Award winner in recognition of his research in quantum optics. He is the recipient of the IDG Asian Chief Security Officer CSO 2011 Award and also recognized by the Academy of Sciences Malaysia ASM as one of the 2017 top research scientists in Malaysia. He is a fellow of the Malaysian Mathematical Sciences Society, fellow of the Malaysian Institute of Physics, and fellow of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia. Presently, he is the Vice Chancellor of University Science Islam Malaysia USIM. What a great achievement, Prof. Reza. And together with us today, Prof. Husnayati. She joined IIUM as a lecturer in 1986. She became an assistant professor with PhD in 1999. She got PhD in Information System Strategy from Loughborough University, UK, master and bachelor degree from the Northern Illinois University, USA in 1999. And she became an associate professor in 2004 and subsequently professors in 2013. She recently retired in April 2020, and her interests are in the digital commerce, IT strategy and governance, IT and small businesses, e-government. She holding several administrative posts at KICT, with her recent post as the head of Department of Information System in KICT from 2017 until 2018. Excellent record in publication and research grant amount to 560,000 had qualified her to receive several award and consultancy projects locally and internationally. Prof. Husna also had taught many courses in KICT, and I was one of her students before, back in undergraduate and master degrees. And she had 12 graduated PhD students as a main supervisor. Such an amazing and wonderful journey for whom I call a superwoman. Without further ado, let us invite our first speaker of today to give his simple and beneficial sharing to us. Please welcome Prof. Riza.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you hear me?
Yes, Prof.
Okay.
Can.
So, Dr. Hayani, thank you for the very good introduction. To introduce both of us, myself as well as Prof. Husnayati, and allow me to pay my due respect to the Dean of Abdul Rahman, other colleagues, as so many of them. Really miss all of you. So, congratulations on the 20th anniversary. Alhamdulillah, I made it this time, because the first time, last time, it was when I came back from Mimos, and sempatlah we celebrated the 10th anniversary. Now is the 20th. Rosdi tengah makan kan? Lapar. All right. Okay. So I'm not sure exactly what I want to share, but I think I've thought of something. So the way you are going to run this is you're going to give a few minutes each, and then you'll ask some questions, I suppose, and open to some others as well. Is that right, Dr. Hayani?
Yes, Prof.
Okay.
It should be the flow. All right.
So I'll start like this. We have a problem, and it's not my problem only, it's all of our problem, whether Malaysians or non-Malaysians. But particularly, I'm going to talk to start with in the Malaysian context. Okay, the problem I'm addressing is about the B40, in fact, the M40. Okay, for those of you who are not familiar with this, it means that many of us, Malaysians, especially those coming out from university graduating, they are trapped in the B40, and even M40 is not good enough. We have to liberate all of these, as many of them. So which means the real problem that we are facing here, and it is our problem, is that low income. Okay, since 1970s until now, okay, the expectation from the parents, the guardians sending their sons, daughters into universities, expecting them to graduate and escape or liberated from the B40, M40, but many are still trapped in these categories. So why? Because if we look into several decades ago, even though we have multinational companies coming into Malaysia, the investment into Malaysia, they are leveraging on the cheap labor. Okay, so which means you are not talking about our intellectual brains here. We are talking about hands and feet, more towards the cheap labor. But now we have competition, stiff competition, what we have never thought before, coming from Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam. And these companies are moving. So the investment are moving out to other countries, neighboring countries. And if Malaysia do not change, then we are going to lose out. So that's why we are hearing about minimum wages and all those kind of things. And Vision 2020 was Wawasan Doplo Doplo is all about a high income nation to become a developed nation, high income nation, but we did not make it at that point of time. We are looking for maybe one more decade, something like that. So in the meantime, what it means is low salaries, low wages means is because of low productivity. Okay, low productivity means we are not being utilized. Okay, unlike Ireland, for example, these multinational foreign investors, they come in, they relocate their, for example, laboratories R&D into Ireland, because they can see that there's a critical mass of PhD talent over there. But in Malaysia, we have yet to see those kind of movements. So if we do not increase our productivity, then the wages are not going to increase. And then the real reason why productivity has not increased, simply because we have not added value. The level of innovation in Malaysia is not to that level of expectation. Okay, we have not reached the critical mass. So to do that, we have to think carefully, especially the responsibilities of industries and academia. And we have to take into account of the digital economy today. Okay, so that's what KICT is all about. So when we talk about digital economy, we are talking about the three phases that will uphold digital economy. First, the basic one is digitization. Next, we go to digitalization. And finally, digital transformation. Digitization is the basic entry level, where we, for example, we convert analog to digital. So from digitization, we get digital technologies. So we have the smartphone today, we have the cloud services. Those are manifestation of the digitization and it's part of digitalization. But to go to the next level, for example, to transform IIUM, to transform USIM, to become, digital organizations, which means digital transformation, it means we have to leverage on knowledge. Okay, so that's where knowledge management comes in. But the real challenge in going to this third phase is how we are able to, change the organizational behavior, because there are three components here. One, in terms of technology. Secondly, the organization. And thirdly, social factors. So academia, including IUM, USIM, have the role to reset the economy under the 12 Malaysia Plan. So particularly in the context of digital economy. And in the study that was released recently, it was released by Huawei in collaboration with Arthur D. Little, the consultant. They have introduced 7 categories under the digital economy. They call it archetypes. Okay, these archetypes or categories, the highest you have is the innovation hubs. Okay, the next one is, they call it efficient prosumers, followed by service hubs, service powerhouse, sorry. So, okay, I start again. First one is the innovation hub, followed by efficient prosumers. Then we have these service powerhouse, followed by global factory. And then you have business hub, and then you have ICT patron, as well as ICT novice. So if you are looking at the lowest, ICT novice are developing countries, for example, from Africa. If you are looking at the highest, which is the innovation hub, you're looking at Korea, for example, as well as Sweden. And Malaysia right now, we are in the global factory, as what I mentioned just now. We are in that category or archetype. And most of the thing we are doing is the innovation level is not as high as what is supposed to be done with the other 3 categories above us. Of course, Malaysia is trying to move into the next one, which is the services powerhouse, including Romania and even Philippines. So we are majority of us, our activities are focused in the global factory. So we are trapped into the what we call the low wages, the low salaries, and mostly our services products coming out are not really leveraging on the intellectual capability. I'll stop there. Thank you, Dr. Ayani.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Riza. Indeed, this is a very interesting sharing from you, especially on your insight on digital economy. And I think it should be a future strategy for KICT, especially to increase our productivity in IT. And in return, it could be translated into high wages. Thank you so much. And to proceed with, we have Professor Dr. Husnayati Hussein, our professor for today, to proceed with her sweet and lovely sharing session. Please welcome, Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, so just to make sure that you can hear my voice. Thank you, Dr. Ayani. I wonder why you were using the word sweet and lovely or whatever. Okay. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizing committee and the Kuliah for inviting me to be one of the speakers for this sharing session. Well, being a retiree, I guess it's a good feeling to know that you are still remembered. I would like also to take this opportunity to congratulate all the members of the KICT community in conjunction with this auspicious event, that is the KICT 20th anniversary. And this actually include, I mean, my congratulations here is also extended to all the alumni out there, wherever you are, right? Because you used to be part of this community as well. Congratulations to all. 20 years is not a short time, right? If a person of 20 years of age, I think is a mature person. Similarly, I think KICT for the past 20 years, I think the Kuliah has accumulated vast experience and achieved a lot of progress, alhamdulillah. Maybe I can just shall I say, cite some of my memories, all right, in those days. How time flies, yeah. Because I still remember clearly in 2001 when KICT was born. IIUM then actually just settled down in the new campus in Gombak. And as they announced the formation of the Kuliah of ICT, the university management realized that there is no building on campus meant for this new Kuliah. So for 10 years, I think, for 10 years, we had to share the premise with the Kuliah of Education. But today, Alhamdulillah, not only we have our own building, but a building that became the envy of many other Kuliah members. You know, I have some colleagues from economics, for example, who are asking, how come you get, you have enough budget, or you were given enough budget to build this beautiful building? You see? So, but anyway, it's Alhamdulillah, I think it's worth waiting for that 10 years. I also remember in year 2001 or 2002, as we, the IT lecturers were transferred from Kuliah of Economics and Management at that time to the new Kuliah KICT. Among the first thing that we need to do at that time was to revise the previously Bachelor of Management Information System or BMIS program into BIT program. And one of the challenges that we have to face at that time was getting recognition from the JPA, which, because to JPA at that time, they see BMIS as a Bachelor of Arts degree. So, anyway, so what we did was to solve that problem, we have to introduce the top-up module to assist our graduates so that they can get better employment opportunity. I think the first batch of BMIS should know this very well. Of course, eventually the Bachelor of IT program received full recognition from JPA. During that time too, some of us had to work very hard to develop a new Bachelor of Computer Science curriculum, get it approved, and then immediately run the program. You know, because at that time we were quite under pressure in a way because there seems to be a shortage of computer scientists at that time. So the university would like to start the program, as soon as possible. Now, besides BCS, the Kuliah also, I remember at that time, were also developing the Master of IT by coursework program. And while at the same time, the PhD IT program by research have already started at that time. You know, despite there were not too many, I mean, just a few of us lecturers with PhD, but I remember we were having, I was having my first PhD student at that time already. On the management side, the dean then, Professor Muhammad Adam, I observed had to do quite an aggressive recruitment strategy to meet the need for manpower for the new Kuliah. You know, particularly we need to take in so many lecturers for the computer science department. So besides looking out for professors and senior academics, the other strategy adopted at that time was to take in our top students. And I think that's the reason why we are seeing today many of our colleagues or former students, they are top students. And that's how they get to join us. Now, in short, I would say the first few years of the establishment of the Kuliah, we were mainly occupied with developing curriculums, and hiring more staff, developing new policies at that time, and also procedures, because starting a new kuliah, Now, it's just that I just want to share one example of the memory. That was the incident of deciding the color for the robe for our graduates. That now the color is that that bright green, pucuk pisang. But it was such a sweet memory to remember at that time, how we the university asked us to decide on the color. And of course, being a kuliah that came in a bit late, all those fabric colors were already taken. But yeah, I remember the dean set up a committee, and we did discuss sort of like choosing one of those shortlisted colors, and finally we decided for that, pucuk pisang. Okay. Okay, due to this situation, because we were so, most of us were so occupied with curriculum development and so on, research and publication at that time was not really, became the main focus yet. But nevertheless, I remember just 2 years after that, in 2003, the kuliah was able to organize a national conference, which was called the National Conference on ICT. And it was held in one of the hotels in Kuala Lumpur, well attended. And we have a proceeding which was published as a book as the outcome of that conference. Okay, and in 2006, the kuliah organized the first international conference, which we called it the ICT4M, and actually that is the beginning for our ICT4M conference series. Yeah, so I think eventually the research and publication activities were picking up. I think since 2004 or so. In fact, I remember setting up the ISIO research group in 2005, 2006, but I think 2006 we were very active then, Okay, so the reason why I mention this glimpse of history is because I thought as the kuliah is celebrating its 20th anniversary, it is perhaps a good moment, right, to reflect on the past, learn from the experience of the past so that we can see where we are. And from there, the kuliah can then plan for the better future. Also, remembering our past journey should instill in us the sense of gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the blessings that He has bestowed on us and make the kuliah as it stands today, right? It is no doubt that KICT has progressed well over the years, from a fledgling kuliah with 2 departments pulled over from other kuliah. One is the Department of Information System from Kuliah Economics, and the other is Department of Information Science, Library Information Science from IRK. And also at that time, there's just a handful of staff. KICT has now emerged as a significant player, not only on campus, but also in the country. So thousands of students have graduated, both undergraduate and postgraduate have graduated from KICT and are now serving the nation and the Ummah. New research frontiers have been explored and the kuliah expertise has received more recognition, alhamdulillah. However, as Rasulullah reminded us, today should be better than yesterday. Tomorrow should be better than today. So we should not be complacent. Today's world is fast changing and full of challenges, new challenges. Of course, pandemic is one of them. And we can see clearly how it has affected tertiary education, the way how we conduct classes and so on. So while there has been lots of progress in moving forward, I think KICT need to take up these new challenges and plan for greater heights. Actually, when Dr. Asma contacted me to request me to participate in this session, indicated to me that I should also provide some, what did she use, tips or something for the kuliah to move forward. Now I feel quite hesitant to do this actually because, well, I'm no longer part of the kuliah, but so maybe I miss out some of the recent, you know, what do you call, achievement, you know, in the past 2 years. But however, just not to disappoint, perhaps I can just share, and also because the third speaker, Dr. Midi, is not around, so I think maybe I can use this time a little bit, if you don't mind, Prof. But just, no, I'm just going to say out a few points briefly because, yes, lunch is coming up, it's getting late for lunch now. Now, first, I wanted to emphasize or remind actually this point on the role, right? So the role as students, I mean, there could be some students out there listening to this. So the role, your role as student and also your role as staff at this institution. Because we know IIUM is a unique institution and carry the Islamic vision and vision. So the fact that you study at this university or the fact that you work here at this university is not just a coincidence or not fully your choice actually. We are actually selected by Allah to be here, to be part of this institution. Now, why does Allah select us? Why does Allah put you here? Now, because He wants you to feel the amanah, as the song goes, right? We need to fulfill the amanah. So I think the first step is to understand what is the amanah. Now, of course, I'm not going to go into detail on that, but it's just that I want to remind, particularly the younger generation here, to remember this route or to this mission and vision of this university and strive to fulfill this amanah. In brief, I can say, like, as a staff, I think we need to strive to be a true Murabi and a Muslim scholar in our field, right? The intention is to seek Allah's pleasure, not for personal glory or any worldly gain. As a student, I think you should strive to seek knowledge with full sincerity and commitment. In this way, I think if everyone is committed to the cause, only then we can achieve, or perhaps we pray to Allah that the mission and vision of the university will be realized. And, as the song goes again, leading the way and all those terms hopefully will become a reality. Second point, all right, I wanted also to highlight or to remind about the discipline, our discipline. I think Prof. Reza has Alhamdulillah has mentioned or give you a broad perspective. So I'm just going, very briefly on the specific here. And as we know, IT is the most powerful and far-reaching technology, right, into this world. Again, as we are selected by Allah to contribute in this field, we really have an important role and responsibility to carry out. Are we imparting, as academics, right? Are we imparting the right knowledge to our students to prepare them not only for the job market, but also to face the technological challenges of today? So besides the technical know-how, are we preparing them to become IT professionals who are imbued with Islamic values and akhlaq and ready to guide the ummah so that they use the technology appropriately? The Muslim world out there really in need, those countries out there. I can recall as I was teaching postgraduate courses last time, and we have 3/4 of the class is actually international students. And I once asked them to present, their country's situation in terms of IT, direction, policies, utilization, so on. And I could see this huge gap among the Muslim countries compared to, the rest of the countries in the world. So that's why, again, our students, our alumni can play a huge role. They are in need of these professionals to go back to their countries or even to our country to guide the decision for the policymakers, to do what's necessary. So to be more specific, perhaps in this regard, the Kuliah perhaps can look back at the current academic programs, both UG and PG, and see whether there need to be some, they need to do some adjustment, revamping or enhancement to suit the needs of the Ummah and the nation. Because as we know, IT is changing so fast, right? So we need to provide the relevant and meaningful IT education to prepare the younger generation. Now, third point, research-wise, my view is that I think KICT should focus on fostering the research culture. What I mean, every academic staff should have the enthusiasm to take up research, all right? Not for the purpose of getting promotion or that kind of thing, but the purpose is to extend the knowledge, all right? Because we need to do research to widen the frontier of knowledge here. And you can even bring, your research findings or even do your research to your classroom, to your teaching. So I think research groups should be mobilized, and it doesn't have to be that many groups either. I thought perhaps you can just identify some niche areas and just, but the point is that I think everybody should be involved, and every academic should feel enjoy, look forward to take up research rather than seeing it as a burden, because I think we should all know or realize that being an academic is not just about teaching, right? But of course, again, the Kuliah can facilitate this, I think, in some way, make the environment supportive. Okay, last but not least, I think the Kuliah should also aim to become a center of reference for IT and Islam. Okay, because we cannot forget, this is our real niche. We should not stop at just integrating Islamic views to our courses, but we should go more in depth into it. Okay, we should go and explore the theoretical and also the philosophical aspect of it as well. Challenge some of those Western theories. And I think I was thinking, like, who else is going to play this role if not us at this university, right? So so that is one part of it. As far as IT and Islam, a lot of things can be done. We should. I think what is needed is actually to focus, to find a group of people who are committed to do it, and do it in a team. Of course, you cannot do this as a few individuals alone. But more importantly, I think there must be this agenda. There must be this, broad planning here and monitoring so that things get moving. Otherwise, as we see, after 20 years, we will start asking, where are we as far as this initiative is concerned? Now, I'm not saying that we do not achieve anything or progress at all. Yeah, as I said earlier, the whole purpose of this, this moment of contemplating and looking back here is we want to plan for the future. All right, so we want to look at areas where we can improve. Also, adding to that idea just now about the Center of IT in Islam, I think we can also extend that idea. In fact, we have started actually a few years. I mean, when we first started the ICT-FM conference, I think Prof. Adam remembered that very well. I think it was, we wanted to actually gather all the Muslim computer scientists and IT professionals around the world, not to come together physically, but rather to be in contact and work together and to extend this area. Yeah, because there are many Muslim computer experts around the world, which we should work together with them. Yeah. Okay, I think I should stop at that point. I feel that the kuliah is very capable, inshallah, because we have both in the kuliah. I think that the experienced professors and a large pool of young, talented academics, which I think the kuliah management can definitely develop or empower them, and I think there is no I strongly believe that the kuliah can move forward, inshallah, in the direct direction and make a greater impact on the ummah. So finally, please forgive me for any shortcoming. I pray that Allah will guide all of us, and may the kuliah continue to foster under the leadership of Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman Ahlan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Husnayati, for a lovely sharing session. You must be thinking of what I keep on mentioning about lovely, sweet, because you're one of the inspired motherly figure to all of us in KICT. Okay, based on your down memory lane and glimpse of history, it really touched my heart, Prof, because I was part of the journey KICT back in 2001 until now, inshallah. And thanks for the reminder of our roles, amanah and discipline as a staff and as students. And thank you again for your sharing, Prof. Now, the most awaited moment for all audiences. We will open the floor for any question and answer from our guest speaker. Inshallah, we will proceed this for, inshallah, for 30 minutes only. You may use your audio via Zoom. Please raise your hand and turn on your cameras, and you can communicate directly to our guest speakers. Or you may type in via Zoom chat box or using our live chat available via YouTube live streaming. So let's wait for the first lucky audience to ask question. Anyone?
Okay, while waiting with the permission of Dr. Hayani.
Yes, sure, Prof. Please proceed.
I was in campus last Sunday.
Okay.
Picking up the rope for my daughter, a long-awaited convocation. On behalf of her, I would like to thank her former supervisors, Dr. Normazia and Dr. Aznan. So the only thing I see as I go by there, just a little bit of observation. Inhat punya board lebih besar daripada KICT punya board. Okay.
Thank you, Prof, and congratulations to your daughter. I still remember bump into her several times at KICT. Alhamdulillah, she finally managed to finish. So we have a question, and I think this question goes to Professor Husnayati. How was it like moving from KENMS to new KICT building, Prof? Maybe you can share in terms of the feelings and all that.
Okay. How was it like moving from KNF to the new? Okay. And you said about the feelings. I can only share my feeling, perhaps. At that time, but just to be near, at that time, first of all, that came to me at that time, was, and in fact, I was asking this question to the Dean of Kuliah Ekonomi at that time, I think Prof. Dr. Azmi at that time. Are we given the choice to move to the new kuliah, or I mean, can we choose to stay at the Kuliah Economics? So yeah, I remember he responding like, of course, he wouldn't want to say that, like, you know, it's forced on you. No, it's not like that. Okay, he said that it's up to you. You know, for each. There were a few of us actually, the IT lecturers at that time at the Department of Business at that time. But then again, there was the other part of it. He keeps saying that the university really need IT lecturers, you know, to set up this new kuliah. So of course, the university is counting on us, the existing one, rather than, you know, to take some of our side would be much more difficult. Okay, so that was the situation. So I, of course, I feel, yeah, in a way, yeah, obliged. We should all move there to support this university decision. But to be honest, there is another aspect of it which I was thinking personally, at my personal level. That is, I was thinking at that time about where do I want to go in terms of my expertise, you know? Because my expert area is information system, which is actually the, you know, the bridge between business and IT. So I was thinking, like, if I go to the School of IT, maybe I need to end up being, you know, involved with all this technical and programming and all the hard stuff of IT. Whereas if I stay in Kuliah Ekonomi at that time, perhaps in business, maybe I can just continue with IT, the application side, right? Now, really my interest was in the application, I mean, IT and business. So that was the thing I was, you know, bothering me at that point. But anyway, after that, of course, as you give deeper thought, there is the program, the whole program of IT or IS is moving to this new kuliah. So I definitely can foster my career, my expertise, my interest under this new kuliah. So finally, I decided to join there. So maybe I think for the rest, perhaps it's an easy decision. I mean, you know, but yeah, so that was the situation then.
All right, thank you so much, Prof, for your sharing. And now we go to Prof Riza, and this is the question goes to you, Prof. Relating to helping B40 and M40 through knowledge, as member of the technology industry, where and how should we start? Maybe you can give your insight on this. Thank you. You are muted, Prof.
This is from Dr. Putri Amina, I think. Yeah.
Not a doctor, Prof, an alumni.
Okay.
Oh, Putri Amina is one of our alumni. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the question. Anyway, it's a good question. Alhamdulillah, I'm now the chair for Academy Science Malaysia in charge of IT and CS discipline. So apart from scouting for potential fellows and recipients of the RSM is Top Research Scientist Malaysia, my job is now to use what they call the quintuple helix approach. Okay, the quintuple means 5 mathematically, triple helix 3, okay, and then you have quadruple 4. Quintuple is 5. So what it means, we are trying now, I'm trying to use this platform so that I can get to set up sort of a database of all IT and CS experts, including from KICT, to help our industry. Okay, this is the game plan. We know that the government is resetting the 12 economic plan, the 12 Malaysia plan. The main theme is about resetting the economy to put us Malaysia back on track. Okay, to do that, one of the roles that we can do together, inshallah, is we work with the SMEs, okay, the small medium enterprises. So what we can use this platform, for example, to offer assistance, because under the digital economy program, my digital agenda is the government is giving out grants to SMEs, the small and medium enterprises, to embark on digitalization. So similar to the PPRN scheme that KPT is offering, okay, we are trying to propose here that we will be assisting these SMEs who are getting the grants, okay, so that we can help them to go digital. Okay, the grant that has been dispersed and will be dispersed, I suppose, is ranging from 5,000 to 50,000 ringgit. So I suspect the main challenge among the SMEs, when they get the grant, not many of them know how to go digital. So what we do is, we are not asking extra grants. Okay, we can talk to the people who are actually giving the grants out. It starts out from the Prime Minister office, okay, and then they sort of delegate it to two channels. One is the MDEC, the other one is the SME Corp. Okay, so if we are able to offer our services, so there will be 2 plus points for staff coming from KICT, for example. One, your CV will now be improved because you're helping the industry. Secondly, you'll be paid honorarium. Everything cannot be just considered FOC. But the beautiful thing here, the smart partnership, is you are getting the honorarium from the grant, part of the grant given to the SME. So that is the easy answer that I can give you, how we sort of reset the economy, and also in that way be something like a snowballing effect to help the B40 and M40. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. And I personally have another question for you, Prof.
Okay.
As one of the fatherly figure for us in KICT, maybe you could give us some advice on how to actually keep our momentum as a staff and be excellence along the way of our academic journey.
Wow, that's not a good thing for me to give. But I'll start like this. I'm very grateful to Prof. Adam, because when I came back from NIMOS, the community of KICT accepted me to be part of the family, alhamdulillah. So that's how I started, looking into how we can develop KICT together. So please send my regards to Salam to Prof. Adam, Prof. Husna. And from there, alhamdulillah, I had a not too long experience to get a room in the Kuliah of Education there before we moved to the new building right now, alhamdulillah. I think the thing that if you want to sustain, that was the question, sustainability, is passion. We need the passion to have that sustainability energy. So there are 4 P's involved with passion. I mean, sorry, not 4 P, 3 things that involved with the passion that want to drive an individual. One, you need to have simple, clear, and short messages from your leaders. Okay, that's one thing. If it is too lengthy, then kertas yang bekerja. Okay, the strategic plan usually is long and it collects dust. So we need to make it simple, short, and clear. Okay, that's number 1. Because leadership is very important to be part of the sustainability. Number 2, the individual, including me, you feel that we are part of a bigger agenda. Just like Prof. Husnayati mentioned just now, we are going to think and prepare something which is outside the boundaries of our campus. So we're thinking about, the Ummah and those kind of activities. And thirdly, to get this passion, which is a very important formula, is you feel that you make a difference in your life and in other people's life. So if you are able to get these three things inside your mind and your strategy, that will burn what they call the fuel for the passion. And then you'll come to work with a sense of mission. And by the end of the day, you go back with a sense of accomplishment. Wallahu alam bisawab.
What a nice sharing, Prof. Thank you so much. So to all audience, please remember that we need to have our passions. All right. And remember all the 3 P's that Prof. Reza already shared with us today. All right. Simple, clear, and short. Be part of the agenda and feel that you can make the difference. Inshallah, we can be a successful person like what Prof. Reza is. All right. So I think this is my final question goes to Prof. Husnayati. Prof, we see you as a very successful ladies. All right. Therefore, I call you Superwoman. Maybe you can spend some of the advice to us, especially the ladies, how to be successful, not just in academic world, but as a motherly figure as you. Please share, Prof. Thank you.
Dr. Hayani, we need to have a separate session for that. Okay,
I think it will be benefit for everyone, including the
maybe
bride.
I think time is very late. I can just say just a few words. Basically, it has been my principle, okay? So what I embrace and I did. So perhaps, you can also think about it. Well, what I did, my principle is that while I am a working mother in general, and so I need to seek this balance, seek to balance in life, and so I always see my career as such. In other words, but how should I say? When there are times when you have to make the choice, right, between your family commitment and also your career. So my principle is that I put my family first. All right. So, but other than the circumstances where it required that choice, I think it's just a matter of how you plan, you manage, all right, the time and also your activities and so on. Yeah, in the right way, as I say, without you have to know the priorities. Okay, that is nothing that I should mention. It's very very important as woman, okay, because we have so many roles, right, as the wife, as the mother, as so we have to know the priorities, and this we have to go back to our religion and understand that very well. Okay, but having said that, whenever I do a particular task, I would try to do it the best that I can. I take it as an amanah. So similarly, when when you have to handle your family, your children, and so on, you do it the best as you can, right? And as you go to work, to office, again, you will feel that, as I said earlier, the amanah is there. So you should also do the best, right? So it is not easy, very, very challenging. And that is the other part of it, where you need a supportive spouse and all those things. Yeah, the support system must be there. I guess that's all, Dr. Hayani, for the moment. We can talk
so
more.
much. Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Inshallah, we will invite you for a special session on that, definitely. All right. So to ladies out there, make your good choice, plan and manage very well. You have to know your priorities, and inshallah, you can be excellent in both your academic journey or industrial journey, as well as your motherhood journey, inshallah. I think with the end of that Q&A session, which only allocated for us 30 minutes only, how I wish that I could extend this for a longer period, but I know that everybody is hungry for their lunch. All right, it is with my heavy heart to announce that our session has come to an end. Again, on behalf of the event organizer, I would like to thank all of our guest speaker, Prof. Riza, all the way from USIM, and Prof. Husnayati, for being able to spend your valuable time with us to share your experience and thoughts.
I have ample time now.
I will also seek this opportunity to apologize for any mistakes, problems that have occurred from the beginning of our special session until the end. I would like to ask all the guest speakers and audience of the session to remain stay on the Zoom, because we will have a photography session after this. So Sister Kaha, please get ready for the photo session.
All right. So everyone smile. Three, two, one. Another shot.
All right.
All right, done. Thank you.
Okay, have you captured all the pages? Sister?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So again, thank you everyone for joining this special session and bearing with me throughout the session. I do apologize for any shortcoming of mine. Before I end, let's have another pantun of the day, because this morning it was started by our moderator for the morning session, as well as director. Now it's my turn. Bicara indah di tengah hari, pengalaman dan nasihat sudah dikongsi. Jadikan ia pedoman di kemudian hari, semoga menjadi insan berjaya penuh dedikasi. I now would like to pass back the floor to our MC, Sister Suraya. Thank you very much, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to everyone for your cooperation. That marks the end for our special slot session. Moderators and speakers of the slot, you may now leave the session if desired. Thank you once again for sharing your insight and experience. Now, participants of the session, we will now have a short break for Zohor prayer and lunch, where later on we will continue with the second slot at 2 p.m. Participants are reminded to join 10 minutes before the slot begins in order to avoid distractions during the session. Now we adjourn our event for this afternoon with Tasbih Kafar. Thank you everyone, and see you later at 2 p.m. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.